Not everybody has their video on just now, but I saw they've had their video on already. So if you could tell me right now if you can't hear or see me properly, please just say before I go on any further. No problems? It's fine. Right. Welcome to the inquiry in relation to the application by Vattenfall Wind Power Limited sent under Section 36 of the Act 1989 and a direction under Section 57 Scotland Act 1997 for the construction and operation of a 14-turbine wind farm and associated infrastructure sited at Clashindarroch Forest, approximately 6 km southwest of Huntingdon, generally referred to as Clashindarroch 2.
Dropping in and out.
Sorry? You hearing me okay, Mr. Trinick?
Ma'am, you are dropping in and out a bit.
All right, okay, yep. See what I can do. I might just be a bit too far from the laptop. Okay. My name's Elspeth Cook and I'm a reporter appointed by the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeal Division to consider this application and report my findings and recommendations to the Scottish Ministers. The inquiry will take the form of a number of oral sessions using both inquiry and informal hearing procedures. The main purpose of the inquiry sessions is to make sure I understand the position of the parties on each of the specific topics where further evidence was considered necessary. Where there's a dispute, I need to be clear on the reasons for that dispute. This is so that these matters can be clearly set out in my report. I ask today's participants to introduce themselves now, starting with the applicant.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Marcus Trinick. I'm a solicitor. I'm a Queen's Counsel. I'm instructed by Kirsty Smith of Abbershed Sutherland International, who's also on screen at the moment. And I see that my witness in this inquiry session, Rebecca Rylett, is also on screen. Thank you.
And the council?
Good morning, ma'am. My name is James Findlay, Queen's Counsel. I'm instructed by Arlene Gibbs from Aberdeenshire Council, and I have one witness for this session, Mark Steele.
Mr. Findlay, can I just check, are the people in the background, is that Mark Steele and Arlene Gibbs?
Absolutely. Suitably socially distanced.
No, that's fine. I'm just checking. That's
yes.
Who we had with us today.
Yeah, no, we've gone for a one camera covers all. Rather, that's why you have Arlene Gibbs's name, I think, as the participant.
No, that's fine. Just double checking. And we have Lynn Rutter with us today. Want to turn your video on?
Yes, just trying to get it working. Not expert as everybody else, I'm afraid. So my name is Lynn Rutter. I'm a member of the public and I'm a member of a group called Friends of the Clash, who have been working on the Clashindarroch wind farms since 2002. So we've been in this for the long haul.
And Ms. Rutter, are you represented by anybody today?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Just so a member of the public.
So you understand that you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of the witnesses as you're a party to the inquiry.
Yes,
I wouldn't expect you to be asking questions of the council's witnesses. Your point of view is generally aligned with theirs, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Thank you.
So are there anybody else here? I see there's some other names that are in the inquiry session that need to introduce themselves. I see Dominic Woodfield is there. Is that presumably he's here as just watching the event? I think that's the case.
That's correct, ma'am.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, so I held 2 pre-examination meetings in September and December as a means to guide the procedures for this case, and these the notes of these meetings can be seen on the DPE webcast library. I've also visited the Clashindarroch area in November 2021, visiting viewpoints, local settlements and travelling around on the local road network. I may still need to carry out further visits prior to completing my report. This inquiry, as you'll be aware, is being webcast live at www.dpea.public-i.tv. The video recording of the inquiry will be retained on the website. after the application is determined. By taking part in the virtual inquiry, you're consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information contained in them for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, a number of wind farm cases have been considered using the virtual proceedings, and the lessons learned from those inquiries have helped shape the proceedings, the procedure arrangements for today. I issued a letter to all parties outlining how I expected the proceedings to take place, and this included the inquiry programme and hearing agendas. For the benefit of those watching, I will briefly explain the process that will be followed for this virtual inquiry. Apart from today, it's anticipated will start at 9:30 and run around until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Participants should be ready to join the meeting around 9:15 or around 15 minutes before when you expect the event to restart. 1 hour will be allowed for lunch, and we'll take regular breaks fitting in around the natural breaks in the presentation of evidence or questioning. The witness, however, should remain on screen with their video on for the duration of their evidence giving session, but that would exclude the lunch breaks or any other formal breaks. The witness recognitions, inquiry statements or reports and other core documents have already been made available on a memory stick to all the parties participating in each session. It's not therefore planned to show the documents on the webcast, and parties are expected to work from their own electronic devices to access the relevant information. Can I thank the applicant for carrying out that task? It's been very helpful in preparing for the inquiry. Paper copies of the documents would be available in the inquiry venue, but in these circumstances the Council is not required to do that, and instead you should refer to the DPA website under case reference WIN-110-2. The parties may require to use smartphones or other communication devices during the inquiry or hearing sessions, but this is acceptable as long as they are not audible. And parties are reminded that the witness shouldn't be included in any exchanges while they're giving evidence. All teams must adhere to COVID-19 guidance when participating. Where parties are operating from a shared office, physical distancing must be maintained and no close contact or sharing of documents or equipment. If I'm in any doubt that advice is not being followed, it may be necessary to adjourn the inquiry. It may also be necessary to adjourn if anybody takes ill or shows symptoms of COVID to ensure medical attention is sought. If this happens, I'll consult parties as soon as possible on how and when to reconvene the inquiry. Temporary breaks may be necessary if we encounter technical difficulties today. I've also noted, obviously, that the next time that all three or all main parties are actually in attendance is at the policy hearing on Thursday morning, and perhaps that would be the most appropriate time to arrange the timescales for the closing submissions and case summaries. I've already indicated to the participants that for all the inquiry sessions, recognition is taken as read and therefore not read out in part or full by the witnesses. It is therefore expected that cross-examination will focus on those essential matters that are in dispute, and I may enter questions or answers or straying into matters that don't need to be included in my report. I've also asked each witness presents any evidence or at the start of any cross-examination that the main documents to be referenced are identified, and I see that you've done that in this case, so that's very helpful. The only thing I would raise just now is obviously the references to the full sets of visualisations or figures. I've not been able to open at any precise one at the moment, so must need to allow a wee bit of time to find the exact visualisation or figure that you're referring to when we get there. In contrast, the hearing sessions are less formal. These discussions involve all the relevant participants and are chaired by the reporter. Round again. Right. An agenda for each session. The hearings that are already been issued, and we've talked about that. In addition to the evidence considered through the inquiry and hearing sessions, my report and recommendations to ministers will also consider a range of other matters raised in the consultation responses and representations submitted to the Energy Consents Unit. The details of all these can be viewed on the VPA website. And just a few housekeeping matters. The use of microphones is important in a virtual event as a recording of both sound and video switches to the person speaking. Please try to mute the microphone when you're not speaking to avoid unnecessary interruptions to the webcast from background noise. Any party will still be able to intervene by attracting attention. If you need to do this, just turn on your video, wave your hand. There's also a hand waving device on this particular software, so you might want to use that if there's a problem. To save time, if you're in agreement with how we are proceeding, if I'm asking questions, and you just give a thumbs up on the video, that'll be fine, and I'll record your agreement for the webcast record. Please also be patient in the course of the next few days. It's likely we'll all forget to use the mute button on the microphone. Just give each other an opportunity to address the problem. If you have an emergency affecting your continued attendance, please do not hesitate to depart, but simply ask that I temporarily adjourn the proceedings. However, I may still decide to proceed, depending on what stage of the inquiry we're at. At the end of the introduction, obviously anybody who doesn't need to have their video on can turn that off and mute their microphone if necessary. Before I move on to the first session, are there any questions on these procedural matters that you want to raise at this stage? Seeing anybody raising their hand, that's fine. And are there any other preliminary matters to do with the inquiry anybody wants to raise at this stage? No, not getting anything from anybody, that's fine. So that allows us to move on to the first formal inquiry session on landscape and visual impact matters. I had already set out that I expected the evidence to be given in the order of Rebecca Rylott, representing Vattenhall, Mark Steele, representing the council, and then Lynn Rutter. Is that running order still acceptable to everybody? So in on basis, I'll move on to hearing evidence. Mr. Trinick, would you like to start?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes. I call Rebecca Rylott, who is sitting obviously in a different room from me. Can you hear me, Ms. Rylott?
Yes, I can hear you clear.
Thank you. Well, you've introduced yourself in the appendix to your inquiry report. Well, I'll let people read that for themselves because it's already before the inquiry. Your proclamation has also been delivered, and we'll take that as read. I have some supplementary questions in which I want you to direct your attention to some points made by Mark Steele in his evidence. The first reference for that will be Mark Steele's inquiry report, which is CD 12-8 at electronic page 11. Tell me when you're there. Ma'am, if we could, you just raise your hand when you're there, then I'll know I can continue. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed the page number. I've got the paper document here.
Okay, it's page 10, electronic page 11. It's paragraph 2.3. Are you there?
Yes.
And here, Mr. Steele talks about the application stage of this project and refers to the environmental statement, which says, second line of 231, this would not be an extension. However, 2 lines later, the proposed development is considered in the context of Clashindarroch wind farm, that's the operational wind farm, for assessment purposes. And then he draws our attention to proximity of Clashindarroch 1 to Clashindarroch 2 and says, therefore, the end of 231 on electronic page 12, Clashindarroch is in landscape and visual terms an extension of Clashindarroch 1. It should have been assessed as such. And I think you want to respond to that. and you would like us to get out CD17 as an initial reference at electronic page 5, actual page 1. Thank you, ma'am. What do you want to tell us from that page?
Well, on paragraph 3, says for the avoidance of doubt, the application is for the proposed development under section 36 would not be an extension to the existing wind farm. It would be a new and separate development. However, proposed development is considered in the context of Clashindarroch wind farm for assessment purposes in this environmental impact assessment report. And so essentially, it's not been designed as an extension, but the design has been undertaken to take account of the relationship between Clashindarroch 1, perceived from multiple directions and elevations, as well as cumulatively. And you can see.
Please, you're moving on to the next reference. Let's take people with us, please. If you go to CD13, and within that, chapter 2, electronic page 5. No, it's not. It's paragraph 218 anyway. Actual page 23. And this is where you tell us, Ms. Rylott, in the first bullet point, don't you, that you selected a turbine height that could be accommodated by the scale of the landform across the site and be reasonably consistent with Clashindarroch turbines. Is that correct?
Well, I did not design this. This was designed by the EIA, authors of the EIA and the landscape architects at that time. But this is what they tell us. And I have spoken to the landscape architect who retired and was unable to continue with the scheme. And they did explain and point out all of these design considerations. And you can see the second bullet point on paragraph 218. This is where we're looking at consideration of Clashindarroch turbines, the varied landform across the site, seen from multiple directions and elevations around the site, including from the Taff Knob. And then the third bullet point, consideration of the cumulative landscape and visual impacts produced by a wind farm on the site, in addition to Clashindarroch wind farm, as well as other nearby consented wind farms. And then it goes on back to.
That's right. We need to keep this moving where I'm just achieved. In order to illustrate the points you make, could you please go to CD122?
Yeah.
Within that, we go to CD7, the figure 7.9. It should be, I've got the right place, viewpoint 5, the buck.
Yes.
And I think you want to go to figure 79D, which is the photo montage.
Yes, I've got the paper copy in front of me here.
What do you want to say about that in the context of this extension point?
Well, this viewpoint from the buck is viewed from the south. It could be described as an extension. The increase of the Clashindarroch 2 to the Clashindarroch 1 is about 6 degrees of the horizontal field of view. That adds to that existing wind farm. And I think you can see across that wind farm, there's a good degree of integration, and the difference in turbine height can be discerned. The first thing I think you see when you look at this is one wind farm. There's no confusion in sense of perspective. It's
Thank you. Go to viewpoint 6, please, which is figure 710D in this case. Bear in mind, we're only addressing here the issue of the extension rather than anything else.
Okay.
And what do you want to tell us about that viewpoint in the context of what Mr. Steele says about extension?
Right. Well, this is viewing from the northeast. And this time, Clashindarroch 2 does not appear as an extension. What I see when I look at this is two wind farms, one closer to the viewer, which is the Clashindarroch 2 wind farm, and one that is clearly much further away, which is Clashindarroch 2. And the two overlap with each other, affecting the same segment of the view.
And the next viewpoint will be viewpoint 12, please, which takes us to figure 711D.
Yeah.
Go on.
So this is viewing from the southeast, and again, it's perceived here as a separate scheme. And because of that, it's set in the context of a landscape where there are other wind farm developments, different heights and distances. And for that reason, it doesn't particularly matter that there's a difference in height between Clashindarroch 1 and 2. They simply
not perceived as an extension from that viewpoint. Would you go now, please, to CD for one more viewpoint, but we have to take it from the EIAR rather than from the SI. So that takes us to CD14, please.
Yes. So
wait till people have got there. CD14, which is Ben Ren's.
the
Reporter wants to know when she's there.
Just very quickly, which viewpoint am I looking for? I've got choices on 1.4, that was all.
Oh, yes, you're quite right, you have. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Viewpoint 13, which is figure 734. And I think it's at 734E or F you want us to go to.
Yeah, that's fine, I've got it, thank you.
That's right, that's 734E or F.
So from this, I'm looking at F.
All right.
Yeah. You could look at either one, to be honest. They both show the same arrangement.
You choose which do you want, 734F, right. What do you say about the extension point from this viewpoint?
Yes, I think Clashindarroch 2 appears as an extension to Clashindarroch viewpoint.
So is in summary, the point that it may or may not be designed as an extension. In this case, it wasn't. The fact is that what is an extension is in the eye of the beholder. In other words, it's perfectly fair to perceive it as an extension if that's how it's seen.
Yes, and to a certain extent, the designer as well.
Thank you. Now, please go to Mr. Steele's inquiry report at section 5.2.
Just some, I've got a
Right. Mr. Ryan's getting sorted. You'll need Mr. Steele's inquiry report, which is CD 12.8. That's section 5.2, which is electronic page 35. And if you can have two documents up at once, you will need CD 5.12. Mr. Ryan, are you with us?
yes, I'm with you.
I've got both of those too, thank you.
Thank you very much. What we're talking about here is turbine size. This siting and design document, first of all, CD 512, is version 3A of August 2017. I believe there have been, three previous versions, maybe one's a subversion, 3A. When was the first version? What date was that published?
Version 1, 2009.
Version 2?
2014.
And then version 3 before this, I think, was earlier in 2017.
Yes.
Right. Now, I'll take you, and I hope I'm not leading unduly, to electronic page 9, where there is information given there about turbine size. And I'll let people just skim through it quickly. It's a reference point as we go somewhere else. I'm not want to take you to it in detail. Now, if people read that, in section 5 of his inquiry report, is this, Ms. Rylott, where in 5, starting really, I think at 5.2 on page 40, electronic page 40, subtract 1 if you're on real pages, Mr. Steele gives some attention to this document, CD 512. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And he gives it quite a bit of attention. The reporter will have read what he says. I'm not going to take you through it and waste the inquiry's time doing that. But what is Mr. Steele's real thesis coming out of what he draws from CD 512?
Well, I think he is drawing attention to the relevance of the siting and design guidance. I think his interpretation is a little bit treating it almost like a rule book, like a specific rule book. It is guidance, and it's supposed to be interpreted more generally and more reasonably than I think he has interpreted it.
But is his real point about size disparity between Clash 1, Clashindarroch 1 and Clashindarroch 2? That's it.
That is a fair point. Yes, I think that's a fair.
The turbines, right. So tell me, since in the 2009 version, the paragraph you've already referred to, was that about the turbines being between 100 and 140 metres? Was that the same advice given in the 2009 version?
Yes, it's almost identical.
Well, what's happened since 2009 in the real world?
Well, the turbines have got much bigger.
Typically, what heights are you seeing now?
200 metres is typical.
Can they go higher than that?
Yeah, I've seen applications and pre-applications for turbines at 250 metres to blade depth onshore.
Okay. And have you spoken to Vattenfall and asked them, well, supposing you wanted to get smaller turbines than 180 metres proposed here, what was their reaction?
Well, it's interesting you say that, because in chapter 2 of the EIA report, and I have the reference if you want it here, it's CD 1.3, and it's volume 2, chapter 2, paragraphs 2.48 to 52. Pages 2.7-8, and electronic pages.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you. Go on, sorry.
9 to 10.
Thank you, Karen.
And there Vattenfall set out the reasons why they are selecting turbine at a height of 180. They say then, when that was dated in 2019, that it's highly unlikely that turbines around the height of 120 metres, for example, would be available. I've spoken to them since about this point, very recently as well this year, and that position has hardened in terms of availability. I think if you wanted a smaller turbine for a commercial wind farm, you'd be looking at bespoke turbines, and price of that is going to be prohibitive, I would imagine. But I've certainly been told highly unlikely, and that position has hardened since 2019.
Thank you for that. In terms of experience elsewhere, if you go to please CD 1.21, which is the written statement for the SI. And within that, ma'am, if you go to electronic page 40, table 7.4. Sorry, I got the wrong alpha. You probably get that before me, Mr. Ryder. It's the table showing emerging projects.
That's 7.2.
It's page 736 electronically. Does this table show us, well, to start with, it starts 2 pages before. It's an update of the cumulative baseline. And you've got on the first page, with the prefix E, a number of projects that are marked as existing. On
Yes.
the second page, we come down to CO1, about 2/3 of the way down to consented projects. And then on the third page, it continues into, with the prefix A and S, application stage and scoping stage projects.
Yes.
So what do you want to tell us from this table?
So you can see that the position regarding bigger turbines is the same experience that we're having with other developers, and you can see that evidenced by the applications. We've got Garbett here at 190, Rothis at 200, 149 and 225. And if you read down the list, you can see that all of the new applications, pre-planning applications, are roughly above the 150 mark, and a good number of them are up to 200 meters.
Thank you. And for further information, if we went to your inquiry report, which is, let's get a CD reference out here, ma'am. It's 11.1. At electronic page 25. Paragraph 426.
Okay.
Tell me when you're there, ma'am.
Sorry, can I get the paragraph number again? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. 426.
426. Yes, I have it. Thank you.
And what do you tell us there, Ms. Ryder?
Well, again, it's not uncommon for large-scale wind farm developments and groups of wind farms to have variable turbine heights, illustrating a trend towards larger turbines. And then I give some examples here. The first one is Crystal Rig, and you've got 100 turbines in Lammermuir Hills, or thereabouts. 3 phases of development. They're on the 4th phase, recently consented, turbines ranging from height across the whole of the wind from 100 meters to 200 meters to blade tip. And then there are 4 other examples that I've put there, but this is something that's happening across Scotland, really, as the industry progresses.
Now let's go back to CD 512, electronic page 33.
Sorry, what's CD 512?
512, that's siting and design, the Nature Scott document. Electronic page 33. And you see paragraph 416.
Yeah.
Is this where Nature Scott focused their advice on the design of wind farm extensions?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And have you had the opportunity to compare what it says here with what was said in the 2009 and 2014 versions of this document?
I have, and as someone who works in the wind farm industry as a landscape architect, I track this document since its inception, and the advice that they give is almost word for word. It's not changed since 2009.
So the sentence is, which starts, design objectives and principles should echo those of the original wind farm. Extension should use turbines which are compatible with those of the existing wind farm, including aspects of scale, form, colour, and rotation speed. Those words, are you saying, can be found within the two previous versions or three previous versions of the document?
Yes.
Thank you. For focusing on turbine height, this is the major point in sheet. I want you to do one more exercise here, and that is to go to CD 122. I'll check it for myself. Technical Appendix 6.2. I'm just getting my reference up now, Mum. First technical glitch. That one?
Yeah.
6.2.
Is it the one starting with the email?
It is indeed.
Thank
You got it well before me. That's the one. And does that email, that's an email from Alison Sidgwick, who's the planning advisor to this project, sent to Nature Scott and to Aberdeenshire Council, 17 November 20. And it addresses, am I right, on the first page of the email, turbine size.
Yes.
People can read that for themselves. But the point is that what this email attached, where, third paragraph, a wire line showing the difference between turbines at 149.9 and 180 meters to tip. Is that right?
That seems to be yes.
And then I've had the advantage of being able to pair up these emails because unfortunately all the 180s come first and then you get to the 149. So it's not easy to see them side by side. Note to project manager. But if you go to, for example, the first one is there's the Corrine Hills viewpoint 12, the sea tapper north, you can see Clash 2, you can see Clash 1 in red off to the left. And then if you were to look at the 149, at what point, I'm not going to ask you to go to each one at all. I want to say, at what point would you make where the reporter to go to each of these wire lines?
Well, the difference in scale between 149 and 180 is barely discernible. And when you flick between them, it wouldn't alter the landscape and visual impact assessment in terms of significant effects or levels of effect, and it doesn't particularly alter the situation in comparing this wind farm to the existing Clashindarroch wind turbine, or indeed other wind turbines that would appear cumulatively in these views.
Thank you. Now we're going to change topic. In Mark Steele's inquiry report, section 3.2 starts on the electronic page 16. He discusses Nature Scott's response to the application.
Yes.
People read it for themselves, but he draws attention to various Nature Scott observations about the design of the development and about its impacts. And that can be taken as read. But am I right that Nature Scott did not object to this application?
No, they did not object.
It might be said to you, well, you know, Nature Scott don't object unless a matter of national significance comes up, something like a national designation. Has that been your recent experience?
No, it hasn't, no.
No,
I can tell you that Nature Scott will object to a wind farm development affecting an undesignated landscape where it considers that there's a regional or national interest point, and examples that I've experienced include West Garty, Mole Hill.
Oh, take slowly. The reporter's got to write it down. West Garty, and that's up in Sutherland, I think.
Yes.
Mole Hill, so in Perthshire.
Harryburn. That's not one that I'm familiar with, but I know that
in South Lowland and North Lowther and so forth, isn't it? And that's also in South, either in Dumfries and Galloway or South Lanark. I can't remember which, but those are 4 examples, are they? Thank you very much. I want to turn now to a point I have warned Mr. Finley about. I would raise as a prompt because it concerns micrositing and takes us to the proposed planning conditions, which are CD 10.6. And I'm raising this, ma'am, not to discuss conditions, but because I felt that what needed discussion went beyond what we could reasonably do in the condition session and required the evidence in Ms. Rylott. So CD 10.6, and would you go to condition 21, please? You'll see, ma'am, you're familiar with this document already, obviously. In the left column, we have the applicant's suggested conditions. Second column, Aberdeenshire's version of conditions. In the third column, we have Aberdeenshire's comments. In the fourth column, we have Vattenfall's comments. So that's the way it's laid out. We need to look at the third column, which starts under condition 1, not agreed. And, specified turbines which are most sensitive to increase in altitude, and 1, 3, 8 and 12 are named because of the Devon Valley. And turning over the page, 10 and 11 represent highest prominence as currently proposed, and so it goes. In the second column on that page, below the table, which ends for turbine 14, do we have paragraph starting notwithstanding? You've got that, Ms. Rylott?
Notwithstanding the terms of this condition, yeah.
Yeah. Micrositing can take place within 50 metres of the grid reference points. But then the next paragraph is the one I want you to address in evidence in chief. Turbines 1, 3, 8, 10, 11, 12 shall not be positioned higher AOD than the altitude position detailed in the table above these paragraphs.
Yes.
And no other turbine should be moved so that an increase of more than 10 metres AOD shall result. I don't think you want to comment on these proposed restrictions as a matter of evidence. So turbine 1, start with.
Turbine 1 could go uphill plus or minus, or go downhill roughly 10 metres. But having looked at the viewpoints here, it would not make any significant difference to viewpoints 1, 4, 5, 6 or 12, which are the viewpoints that Aberdeenshire Council is objecting to. Same applies to the other turbines. And turbine 11 is interesting because it's already on top of the hill, which is Raven Hill. So it can't go any higher.
So turbines 1, 3, 8, 10 and 12, no significant difference if they went up 10 metres. Turbine 11, they can't go any higher anyway. Is that the answer?
And the same with turbine 12, it wouldn't make any significant difference to the viewpoints that I've listed.
Right. I'm changing topic to, as you've neatly put it in your note, things I should have said better. First of all, I think it's a correction to make. If you go to CD 10.1, am I right?
Yes.
It's the same agreed matters, and I think Mr. Steele would have been expecting this correction, and Mr. Penley would. If we go to paragraph 613 of the document, which is on electronic and actual page 8. What's the correction you want to make?
Well, it says that the landscape effects be limited to 2 to 3 kilometres, but actually the evidence that I have and the assessment that was undertaken, the effects are limited, or I find that they're limited to between 1 and 2 kilometres. And so apologies, that is an error in the statement of agreed matters.
I understand. And in order to illustrate why you say 1 to 2, I think you want to take us to CD 122, where we've been already. There are the SI figures. So 122 and figure 74C.
Okay, yes.
Wait till the reporter gets there, please.
So in this figure 7.4C, you can see the proposed Clashindarroch 2 turbines shown in blue in the centre of the map. And you can see the distance buffer zones, so concentric circles extending out from the turbines. The first one is 2 kilometres that you can see. And also overlaid on top of this, you can see the ZTV to blade tip. And if we start in the north, you can see that the north, and going round in an anti-clockwise direction to the east, there is a ridge line there. I've referred to it as the red and black ridge line because it goes between the red hill and the black hill, and it's a distinctive ridge line with the Devon Valley beyond it. And you can see that ridge line of high ground, the ZTV stops, and so no further landscape character effects would extend beyond that point. So there, in that sort of northwest quadrant, the effect on landscape character can only extend as far as roughly a kilometre or so. And as you move round the compass to the south, you look at the southwest quadrant, you can see that we have the Clashindarroch 1 wind farm, limiting the extent of landscape effects that would be resulting from Clashindarroch 2. As we move round to the south, you can see again that the ZTV stops at a hilltop there. And then you can see as you move round to the southeast, you can see that visibility does extend in patches, and it's quite patchy because it's wavering between visibility of 1 to 3 turbines to 10 to 12 turbines in the orange, and then a little bit further, all of the turbines visible. But the ZTV is not taking account of forestry. And if you turn over the page, that sort of southwest quadrant, you look at the hub height visibility, the turbines, and again you can see the ZTV pattern becomes even more fragmented in that southeast quadrant.
You said southwest again, with you meant southeast?
Southeast, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Southeast.
Yeah.
And so here, the significant landscape character effects could extend out to 2 kilometres, subject to the intervening forestry and to where you are in terms of the ZTV. And there's another factor that needs to be taken into account of here, and that is the forestry.
Oh, hold on, you're changing topic slightly. If we go to Mr. Steele's inquiry report, section 6, starts on electronic page 48, he addresses landscape effects, and there's a subheading 6.1, which is the EIAR-SI. In other words, he's recording and commenting on what the applicant says about landscape effects. And if we fast forward to electronic page 58, he concludes in the second paragraph on some visibility points, and there it says, nevertheless, EAR figure 326 demonstrates that most of the forestry will be progressively felled and replanted over the lifetime. Therefore, the extent of visibility and characterising effect of the proposed developments will change over time. And he continues this theme at 6117 on the next page. Magnitude of effect will vary over time, with the majority of the forestry area being subject to higher magnitudes of effect during various periods. And then 619 as a concluding paragraph. In order to answer this, would you please get out CD 1.5?
Yes.
Volume 4, Appendix 3.2.
Mr. Trinick, I've got two parts to the Appendix 3.2. Is there a preference for one or the other?
Can I just get this up a moment? It's 152. Am I right here? Yep.
Yes.
Oh, my apologies. I am wrong. Let me just get the right one up. Appendix 3.2 is volume 151. Appendix 3.2.
And part 2.
Part 2.
Fine, thank you.
And then you should find figure 326 within that.
And so, Mr. Trinick, sorry, can you give me that reference again, please?
Yes, CD 15. It's 151, Appendix 3.2, Part 2. I've had a reboot of my computer and that's simple. Bear with me a minute, man. Okay, thank you. Are you there, man? Figure 326?
Yes. Yes, I have it.
Mr. Finley, are you with us?
No, okay, carry on.
Okay, thanks very much. What is it you want to say about this on this road?
Well, if you look at figure 326, which is the wind farm felling plan, and you compare it with figure 324, which is the baseline felling plan.
Yep.
So you can see in red the areas that would be felled to take account of the wind farm, and you can compare the two. And what you can see is that most of the forestry felling that would take account as a result of the turbines and the borrow pit is within about 1 kilometre of the turbine. So that is not going to add significantly to landscape and visual.
Well, let's just back that bit here. It's quite a complex plan, this. I want to make sure we understand it. You've got various colours of phasing during various phases up to 2043. And then that's when the plan period ends, as I understand it, 2043. And so we can see that the red areas, which include around the turbines, obviously, on 326 are to be felled by 2023. And if you want to see what is normal felling as opposed to wind farm felling, you compare 326 with 324, because the red bits on 324 had nothing to do with the wind farm. Is that right?
That's my interpretation of it. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So the extra bits due to the wind farm we see on 326. And then the other colourings tell you about various phases of felling. Is there a need to be careful in distinguishing between the very dark blue outside the planned period and phase 5, which is 2039 to 2043, because the colours are horribly similar? Am I correct?
And the important thing here is we're looking at the extent of ZTV coverage across the landscape character unit to the southeast and east, where the ZTV becomes fragmented.
That's right. Do bear with me. The point I was asking was, can you see on the plan? You've got two colours of blue. You've got dark blue, three colours of blue, funnily enough. Very dark blue outside the plan period, and phase 5. Yep.
Yeah.
You got that.
Yeah.
And ma'am, are you able to distinguish those two? The very dark blue is obvious. There is a patch of phase 5 blue within the application site. If you look at 324 within the application site, just to the northeast of the large red patch, do you see it?
Yes, I've got the colours, thank you.
That colour, distinguishing those two colours is important. So, to write it, the felling for wind farm purposes, am I right, is all within about a kilometre of the turbines. Am I correct so far?
Yes.
Right. It doubtless will be said, yes, but as the years go on, some areas will be cleared within the forestry, which will give better visibility of the wind farm from greater distances. I think that's going to be said to you probably if the point is picked up. What would be your answer to that?
Well, in this southeast and eastern quadrant, when you look at this plan, the majority of the forestry is either natural reserve, shown in the olive green, or it's that dark blue and it's outside the planned period. So it's long-term retention. You've also got that lighter blue as well, which is long-term retention. And you can zoom into these maps and you can see where these areas are and compare and contrast them. But I can't see that there's any sort of significant difference here. And even if you were to be stood in an area of red that's within the baseline felling plan, looking at the wind farm, there would still be long-term retention forestry in your foreground. So I can't see that having these glimpses potentially of turbines. I can't see that having an effect on landscape character.
Is there one exception to that down by the Tapper North, the northern flank of the Tapper North? So we don't miss that point. Because that's going up higher land. So you're looking down west towards the wind farm rather than being right within the forest.
Yes.
Would that give the visibility of the turbines if that yellow area of Tapper North was cleared? Well,
that's actually to the north of Tapper North, and it's just north of the Hill of North, because the Tapper North and the Hill of North are actually off the bottom of this plan. But if you were stood there on those hill slopes and that forestry was cleared, then yes, you would get a view of, because of the elevation, you would get a view of the proposed development. And I think that would appear as a visual effect rather than a landscape character effect.
all right. Thank you for that. My final point, I think you've got some errors to correct on visual effects. CD 122, please. No reference here. Are you sure you're right? It's 122. You want to correct some wire lines.
Any wire lines? That was just to point out.
Yes.
Those wire lines exist because they were appended to the site visit plan.
Very well. Okay.
Looking for CD
Let's see. Correct.
So the correction is to do with the residential properties that were identified to the south east of Rhiney. And it's my evidence that those properties would not be significantly affected in terms of views from them to the proposed development. However, there is an error that I apologise for within the SI, and it occurs on the summary tables, table 7.7.
Hold on, that's CD 121.
Yes.
Yes. Electronic what? 72, is that right?
Electronic page 72.
Yep, go
So if you go down the left-hand column, almost to the bottom, you can see it says residential properties to the southeast of Rhiney. And then in the next column, it says high sensitivity. And then magnitude, that should read slight, not moderate slight, slight. And then under the level of effect, that should be crossed out. It should just be moderate and not significant. And the additional effect should be moderate and not significant. So cross out major/moderate.
Is that it?
And that's it on that table, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm a bit slow getting there. Sorry, if those are corrections, could you possibly just let me catch up with that? Take through those again.
Yes.
It's CD 121, and the table is. Sorry, I didn't get the table.
7.7. It's right at the end of the document, and I think it's almost.
Electronic page 72.
Thank you.
Table 7.7. Thank you.
Okay, so if you go down the left-hand column to where it says residential properties southeast of Rhiney, and then go across that row, the first box says high, no change there. The second box under magnitude says moderate slight. We're crossing out the word moderate. The fourth box under level of effect says major/moderate to moderate. And we're crossing out major/moderate to. So it should just be moderate and it should not be significant. The next box along says moderate, no change there. The next box under additional effect of the proposed development says major/moderate to moderate. Cross out major/moderate to again. So it should just read moderate and not significant.
Okay, so
Can I just ask a question as this is a clarification? Is this just to reflect what's in the remainder of the document, or is it a change to the document as a whole? Just so I understand.
It's to reflect the change, the assessment that comes earlier in the document.
you sort of answered that. It is simply to reflect what you have said in the text of the document. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
If I could just ask a quick question as well. There's obviously a second column under cumulative, it's under the combined effect. Is that column change as well to moderate?
No, that remains. And the major moderate, well, thank you for drawing that to my attention. It's major/moderate, and it says PD that proposed development, we cross that out. And the turbines or the wind farms that are causing that major moderate effect are the Carnmore and Upper Weedlemont turbines.
And so that effect still stays significant.
That's correct, yeah.
And be shaded green on the table.
It should be shaded green, yeah.
That's fine, thank you.
If we go up to, that's a good point. Now, if we go up to the top, we've got to distinguish, haven't we, between the previous column, which has additional effect of proposed development, and then the one that the reporter took you to is scenario one, combined effects. So not additional but combined, and hence you're looking at the combined effects of Canmore and Upper Weedlemont. That's not. The contributor is not proposed development.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Eilers. If you stay there, please, there may be some questions for you.
I was wondering, this is, it's 11:37. I wonder if this would be a good time to take a 10-minute break or so, and then prepare for Mr. Finlay, if that's where we're going. Or did you have other questions, Mr. Trinick?
No, that's the completed evidence.
I'm proposing if we stop just now and we restart at 10 to 12 or 5 to 12, what would suit the parties? 10 or 15 minutes break? What's your preference? I don't know if you're away making coffee or
It's fine for the council.
That's fine with me, man.
10 minutes. Okay, we'll restart at 10 to 12. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, am I allowed to go to the loo? Do I need to keep my camera on? I think she said something about you keep the camera. I thought it was just the lunch break. She said lunch break and anybody.
Right, I think we seem to have everybody back. Is that right? Got Rebecca Rylett's back and Finlay looks ready to start. So we just hand over to Mr. Finlay now for cross-examination stage.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Ms. Rylett. I want to ask you first of all about your background involvement. You were involved in providing expert advice and indeed expert evidence in the original Clashindarroch proposal.
Yes. So
Ultimately, it was 37 turbines to 107 metres to tip.
yes, correct.
And then you were also involved in providing expert advice, but I don't think expert witness evidence was needed in Clashindarroch 1, which was 18 turbines, 110 metres to tip.
Yes.
And then for Clashindarroch 2, you weren't involved in the original application, but you were involved in the production of the supplementary information, and that is, I think it's 13 turbines, number escapes me actually, to 180 metres to tip.
Yes.
In your report, which is CD 11.1, ma'am, I don't, maybe just my screen, but you appear to have disappeared from my screen. I don't know whether it's others as well. You're back now.
Yeah, sorry, something must have turned the camera and the microphone off. I'll turn the microphone off. Perfect.
Thank you. If you go to your report, which is CD 11.1 at, I think it's internal page 23, paragraph 4.24, in the first bullet point, third paragraph. The paragraph begins, there is effectively no need to view Clashindarroch 1 and 2 together. You see that?
Not quite yet with you.
4.24? 4.2.4, sorry.
Yes, got it here.
First bullet point, third paragraph in that bullet point, which begins, there is effectively no need. Do you have that?
Yes, I have that.
And at the end of that paragraph, you say, in fairly clear, emphatic terms, Clashindarroch 2 was not designed as an extension to Clashindarroch 1. And presumably that's information you obtained from speaking to the designer, as you were discussing a moment or two ago with Mr. Trinick.
Yes.
So we'll come to the particular viewpoints as to whether it reads as an extension in due course. But first of all, I want to explore that. First of all, I want to look at the guidance on siting and design. You've been taken to that already, CD 5.12. So if you can go back to that, and I just want, for the current purposes, to agree what the relevant SNH, now Nature Scott guidance is that may be relevant in this document. And the first paragraph I want to take you to is 333 on electronic page 21.
Yes. Perspective.
So it's saying perspective is an issue. I'm not asking you to apply it to this wind farm at the moment. And it says at the end of it, this is particularly the case where different turbine sizes are used and or where there are gaps between groups of wind turbines at varying distances to viewers. So that's one matter to bear in mind.
Yes.
On to the paragraph that Mr. Trinick took you to earlier, which is paragraph 416. We see that it says gives rise to issues of consistency. Design objectives and principles should echo those of the original wind farm. Now, extension should use turbines which are compatible with those, including aspects of scale, form, colour and rotation speed. Generally, the design rationale should not be eroded. And then it goes on, and so that is all relevant to an extension. Do you accept that that would be relevant guidance for assessment of Clashindarroch 2 or not?
I accept that it is relevant to consider the cumulative effects of other wind farm schemes nearby, and that includes the turbines and the form and scale as opposed to size. And it's important to note that Nature, Scott, do use the word scale here and not size. They're not looking for an exact match in terms of size, but they are looking for a reasonable similarity in terms of scale, where it is an extension. But of course, this isn't an extension.
Well, there we disagree, as you will know. And then it goes on in 417, such compatibility issues will be the more important the closer the wind farms are. Extensions should not compromise the local landscape context of neighbouring wind farms and should respect existing focal points. And then if you go to the picture below, and then the wording below that picture, the turbines in wind farms extension should closely match the existing turbines, such as this example. That will include size, won't it?
Well, it includes scale.
Size.
It's interesting in that photograph that the turbines in the foreground appear almost more than double the height of those in the background. But then there's an element of perspective needs to be taken account of there.
If you feel you can draw conclusions from a photograph that size, Ms. Riley, you're a better judge than I. But I wasn't asking you about the photograph. I was asking you about the wording below and the advice. That is also relevant advice, is it not?
Well, I think this is where we start to depart and we start to look at the guidance since it's come into being since 2009. And as the turbine heights have increased, it becomes increasingly difficult to apply this practically in all cases. So,
Ms. Ryan, I'm going to interrupt you. Is it relevant guidance or not?
It's relevant, but the weight that you put onto it has to be balanced against what is available to us. Modern turbines.
And I note your point and evidence in chief about this is similar wording to that used from 2009. But the other conclusion the reporter could draw from that is.
Oh, sorry, I've lost you. I can't hear you. You seem to have frozen.
Can anyone else hear me?
Yes, you're back. You disappeared briefly, but you're back. You get to start from that question again.
Yes, I'm obliged. I'm sorry about that. I haven't done anything noticeably changed anything at this end. Nature Scott would have been well aware that turbine sizes are gradually increasing from 2009 onwards, would they not? So the fact that they continued with the same wording in 2017 is surely just as likely to be evidence they think that wording has stood the test of time.
I don't know. I think you'd have to ask them.
Well, surely that's if they felt that guidance had become outdated by 2017, they wouldn't have included it.
Well, you know, we've had an update 2009, another update 2014. Here we are in 2017, and now we're in 2022. I wouldn't be surprised if an update is imminent, but we don't have them. So this is what we have.
Can you point to any reported decision where that guidance has been said to be out of date, the guidance on extensions? We go back up to.
However, I would say that this guidance doesn't, to my mind, carry very much weight in decisions that I have read.
Well, I'm surprised you say that, Ms. Rylett. You may be forced to that by the position you're adopting in this case, but I can comment on that view in closing submissions. We go back up the page, we look at scale. Scale would include height, would it not?
That's part of it, yes.
Thank you.
And
rotational speed. Now, just dealing with rotational speed at the moment, we're going to come back to this document, but if you turn to your report, which is CD 11.1 at 4.2.11, you give us the approximate rotational speeds of the two different turbines for Clashindarroch 1 and proposed Clashindarroch 2.
yes.
That's the first time that evidence has been presented, is it not? It's not referred to anywhere in the EIAR or the SI.
No, it's not.
And what we can tell from that is that at the lowest speeds, wind speed, the difference will be greater. One will be going at 4 revolutions per minute and one will be going twice as fast at 8.5 revolutions per minute.
Yes.
And as I give you your due, when the speeds increase, the rotational speeds, when the wind speed increases, the rotational speed gets closer.
Yes.
What you haven't told us here are what are the lower and upper wind speeds that you've had regard to between 4 and 13 RPM. So what wind speed do they accord to?
I don't have that information.
Because you go on to say that wind speed is the main influencing factor. Sure, certainly at the lower wind speed, it's not. The main influencing factor is a different scale of the turbines. Because one is twice as fast as the other. The wind speed is the same, but the turbine rotational speed, one is twice as fast as the other. And the main influencing factor there is the difference in rotor diameter, surely.
Yes, I think we're talking about a different point here, because what I'm suggesting here in my evidence is that, you know, as the wind speed increases, and this site is a site that is known to be one where there are high wind speeds rather than low wind speeds, that is going to affect the speed these turbines turn.
Well, that's with respect, Ms. Rylett. You said here that the wind speed is given that wind speed is the main influencing factor, it's unlikely that any perceived difference in turbine rotation would be particularly noticeable. Well, we'll come to the viewpoints, but I'd suggest to you that Clashindarroch 1 turbines turning at twice the speed of Clashindarroch 2 would be particularly noticeable, for instance, from the Buck or Tapper North.
I don't agree.
Well,
I really don't agree. And I know this because looking at wind farms in the landscape, you often see that level of variation across a wind farm site. The wind is not constant across a wind farm. And so you will have some turbines that are rotating faster than others simply because the wind speed has changed at different parts of the site. And you'll even see the most notable thing that I find is where you see that there's a turbine stopped and it's stationary, and that's the thing that people notice most. Something's stopped because it's undergoing some kind of operational maintenance, and they've stopped it, but the others are turning.
Well, Ms. Rylett, I suggest to you that's simply wrong. You've got no evidence to back that up. That's your viewpoint.
That's
But I'd suggest to you that a turbine, if you were only 5-6 kilometres away, turbines turning twice as fast as other turbines would be clearly noticeable.
Well, I think we just have to disagree on that.
Thank you. I'm afraid this is an additional document that I hadn't noted until this morning, but can you go to, so it may take a little bit more time to get out, can you go to CD 721, which is the Clashindarroch PLI report that you were involved in? But I'll give it to you in a moment.
I'm just going to have to find this one. 721, you said?
Yeah. And it's paragraph 2089 on electronic page 67 of 196.
Mr. Finlay, what was the paragraph number again?
20.89. This is in a section of the report where the reporter was recounting the evidence for the applicant, and this is the particular section where they're recounting the landscape and visual evidence. And as I think we established at the outset, this is your evidence. Let me know when you've got to 721.
I've got 721, yes, and I've got paragraph 2089.
Yes, and if you go to the last four lines, it is the movement of turbines that mainly catches the eye, provided that is kept slow and regular, ranging from 9 to 19 revolutions per minute, provided the turbines all move in the same direction. The movement tends to be soothing and restful. Such slow movement also tends not to make shadows move. Now, first of all, there's that maybe some time ago, but have you any reason to suggest that's not the evidence that you were promoting at the time?
No.
And let's leaving aside the 9 to 19 revolutions, you're making the point that movement catches the eye, and we can all agree about that. But you make the point that provided it's kept slow and regular, and movement tends to be soothing and restful. I suggest to you that turbines were effectively adjacent to each other, one that's moving twice as fast as the other, wouldn't fit within your description here of being soothing and restful.
Well, I think we just disagree here. I mean, standing on the top of the buck and looking at other wind farms, they're all turning at different speeds. You've got small turbines, you've got big turbines, you've got Dornell there. They're all turning at different speeds. If you're going to stand there and watch them, the ones that stand out to me are the ones that are stationary or the domestic scale turbines that are whipping around at something like 40 revolutions per minute. And those are the ones that I notice.
Well, the buck, I think you accept that at the buck, I think you accepted from your evidence in chief that there is that the Clashindarroch 2 could be described as an extension.
From that viewpoint, yes.
Yes. Dornell being much further away, I'd suggest to you that if the only thing that would catch your eye would be a turbine in one or other of Clashindarroch 1 or 2 being stopped, you've taken a rather Nelsonian approach to it. You're simply closing your eyes to what you really would see.
No, I think what I would see is a wind farm, first and foremost.
Let's go back to CD.
If I can just finish the point, when we're looking at the buck, you have to consider the direction of the wind as well. And in the montage that I produced for the SI, I took account of the prevailing wind and I took account of the direction that the other turbines were facing. And if you are in a position where you're viewing the turbine side on, it's very difficult to look and see how fast they're rotating and compare one to the other if one needs to do that. So that's perhaps not the best example to look at that from.
Well, we'll come back to that, but that is a wholly flawed approach. You know you have to assess a worst case basis for environmental impact assessment, don't you? And what you've done in the SI is not assess a worst case basis, have you?
No, that's not correct.
Well, we'll come back to that in due course. Clearly, in order to apply the guidance in CD 5.12 at paragraph 416, which was electronic page 33 of 50, you would need to allude to the design rationale of the original wind farm. Can you point to any part of the EIAR where any consideration is given to the design rationale of the original wind farm?
Well, I think what they have done is they've built it up.
No, Ms. Rowlett, can you answer the question? Can you point to any part of the EIAR where they have set out what they understand to be the design rationale of the original wind farm?
Okay, I agree with you on that. They haven't taken out the design strategy for Clashindarroch 1 and said what applies to Clashindarroch 2 in black and white. But when you read in their site description and design evolution text, they have the bullet points, the main landscape and visual design considerations. A number of those tie up with the considerations that were taken account of Clashindarroch 1. So we have mention of things like Tap of Knot. We have mention of things like the Devron Valley, for example.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And it would be very surprising if they simply ignored those. But they haven't taken them into account. They haven't considered the design rationale and considered whether this is consistent with it. I think in evidence in chief, you went to the chapter 2 of CD 1.3, paragraph 218. Could I take you back there?
Just one moment. Sorry, give me that reference again, please.
CD 1.3, chapter 2. It's the site and description design evolution chapter of the EIAR.
Yes, I've got it in front of me.
Ma'am, do you have that? Good. And you were taken to 218.
Yes.
The first bullet point, which Mr. Trinick drew your attention to, requires reasonable consistency. On what basis could it be said that a 180-meter turbine is reasonably consistent with a 110-meter turbine, where the rotor diameter of the 180-meter turbine is 30 meters taller than the original turbine? They could not be. They're not reasonably consistent. They're not consistent at all.
Well, I think we disagree there because we were looking at the buck, and I think that there is a reasonable consistency there in that you see one wind farm, it appears in an extension, and there is a difference noticeable between the turbines. But as you scan along the length of those turbines in that view, it's not, what the overall sort of issue that comes from that is that you've got one wind farm and there's really a good degree of integration there. I don't see something that's sort of sticking up in an unreasonable or inconsistent manner. And bearing in mind that the siting and design guidance is guidance, it's broad guidance. We're not looking for a set of rules here. And we're not looking for exactly the same sizes of turbines. We're looking for a reasonable match in terms of scale and enough reasonable similarities in terms of the form, the colour of the turbines that they can be read as one in this landscape, or they can be seen side by side.
Well, I don't think anyone's suggesting to you they have to exactly match, so we can put that to one side. What we've I'm just simply asking you about the design consideration which the then designer set him or herself of reasonable consistency, and I've suggested to you that the turbines aren't reasonably consistent. The second bullet point talks about an achievement of a layout which satisfactorily relates, amongst other things, to the Clashindarroch turbines when seen from multiple directions.
Yes.
And key sensitive receptors such as tapanoth. And so that when we come to see that, look at that viewpoint, we can note that that was a key design consideration.
Yes, and I think as we've gone through the viewpoints, you can see that in some cases, the two developments appear almost as one wind farm, as though it was an extension, perceived as an extension, and in other examples, they appear as separate wind farms. And
what we can also pick up from the fourth bullet point of that design concept and approach, that the impact on residential receptors, particularly in the Tillothroi area, is again a key design criteria.
Yeah.
Come back and look at that in due course. And then it sets out a number of 219 sets out a number of key design objectives. We then, I'm not going to ask you about any particular ones of those. Move on in this document to the design evolution process, and we go to 237. So that's paragraph 237. And it says figure 2.2 shows the key design viewpoints. And then there's a, if we scan over the next pages, there are 5 stages that are picked out for particular comment. I'm aware that in design there may be many more than 5 stages, but what happens is, it regularly happens as in this document, 5 key design stages are picked out. So one starts with layout A, scoping, layout B, design feasibility, layout C, public exhibition, layout D, June 2017 layout, and layout E, final design layout, 2019. If we go, I just have a query about this. If you go to the figures chapter that goes with that, which is CD 1.4.1.
Is that the one that's got the turbine shown on the different layout? That one?
It's got all the figures in it, yes. And so it's figure 2.3 I want to look at the moment.
Okay.
And it's a very basic question. You'll see in the, if you also have the written text open, there are 5 layouts there, but figure 2.3 only shows 4. And just before you answer this question, if you then go on to the figures that go on from figure 2.3, so for instance, just taking as an example, viewpoint 1, Tillothroi, figure 2.4a, figures 2.4a to 2.4c show 5 versions of the layout from viewpoint 1.
Right, you just have to bear with me. I need to get that exact document open.
So that's also in CD 1.4.1, and so figure 2.4a, and I'm just using that as an example, A to C has 5 layouts, but the actual figure 2.3 only shows 4 of them. I'm not criticizing the EIAR, I'm just wanting to make sure I understand it properly. My understanding is that layout A, B, C on figure 2.3 correspond to A, B, and C in the chapter 2. Layout D is not included on that. Layout D is what chapter 2 in 2 paragraph 47 calls layout E, which is the final design layout.
Sorry, my electronic copy has stalled. It's not it's not opening. I'm going to have to go find the paper version. So
Of course. Sometimes paper's easier.
yeah, I've got the paper now. Thank you.
So if you look at figure 2.3, which I think you had open in front of you,
Yes.
and then you turn on to you'll see that there's layout A scoping stage. So
Yes.
and that would correspond to paragraph 2.40 in chapter 2 of the EIAR, which says layout A scoping.
With you, yes.
Then layout B is design feasibility meeting, but layout B isn't actually given on figure 2.3 any wording. Layout C is given in June 2016 public exhibition, which is what layout C at paragraph 244 is given in the document. And then layout D on figure 2.3 is final ES would appear to be what is described in 247 of chapter 2. There doesn't seem to be a plan showing layout D in the written text.
I see what you mean. I thought layout D, that
It's not a criticism, it just may be there's a missing plan, and it doesn't really matter from my perspective. But what is important is if you go on in the document from the figures document, if you look at 2.4a, you have on that page, you have two layouts in wirelines. 2.4b, you have two layouts, and 2.4c, you have one, which is the final layout.
yes.
Now, my understanding is that layout E on 2.4c corresponds to layout D on figure 2.3. Is that your understanding when it says final?
Well, I took it to read that layout E relates to layout E in the text, which is paragraph 2.47.
Absolutely. But is that coming back to figure 2.3? Is layout E in fact layout D in this plan final ES rather than the June 2017 layout?
I don't know, is my answer to that.
Because
I thought,
whichever way there's a missing. Does layout D? I mean, my understanding is that layout D corresponds to the current application.
I thought layout D was that interim. It says June 2017 layout.
Well,
And I don't know why they've put final ES on it, but I think that's an error, because surely it would make sense if this is layout D, it's layout D, and that's why they haven't illustrated layout E, because that's in all the other figures.
okay, well,
My interpretation, but
your answer to that.
I can't.
My understanding is that layout D shows the turbines where you're proposing them.
Well, I would have to
layout D on figure 2.3.
I don't think that's something I can do right now. I think that's something that we would need to do separately and confirm that, because it would require someone to accurately overlay the current layout with this layout to confirm that that's what it showed, and but it wasn't just another interim layout. I mean, it's labelled as layout D. Interestingly, there are 14 turbines on that, and not 13 as stated in paragraph 2.46.
Well spotted. Anyway, maybe it would be very helpful if you could come back and tell us what the answer is on that.
You think we could come back after lunch, Mum?
Well, if you can do it after lunch, that would be helpful. I mean, I can carry on with my questions now, because as I say, it's really just so that I think all of us understand how we should be reading this document, because for the reasons I hope you will understand now, it's not entirely clear.
Okay.
Try to read them all together.
So if I could just come in here, yes, I think that seems sensible rather than spend time trying to look at individual maps on screen. If Ms. Rylett could look at it during the lunch break and then refer us accurately to the right plans and the right figures and save us sort of rummaging about through them ourselves, that would be very helpful. It doesn't affect your train of thought, Mr. Finlay?
No, it doesn't.
That's the best. Sorry, Mr. Rylett.
If I can't resolve it myself, it may be that Mr. Trinick will have to provide the answer. Obviously, I'm not going to confer with any of the team to find out. You know, if I can't work it out for myself, that may be the situation. But I will look at it over my lunch hour. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's carry on just now then. Thank you.
Then, if we go back to the chapter 2 of CD 1.3, which is the text, the written text of the IAR. If we look at the scoping stage, what was being considered throughout all the layouts until the last one were turbines at 149.9 meters to blade tip height.
Yes.
And let me just, well, come back to that. And then at 241, we can note that 3 of the turbines, and it may be helpful to have the figure 2.3 open at this, 3 of the turbines, what were then described as T1, T6 and T2, appeared to sit separately, and they were removed.
Yes, that's what it says, yes.
And then
A frozen screen again?
Yeah, Mr. Finlay, we lost your question there.
am I back on screen?
Yes.
Grateful. I think the only point I made was that I just asked you to note that T1, T6 and 2 were suggested to appear to sit separately from the rest of the wind farm. And then if we go on to layout D of paragraph 246, we move down to 13 turbines, and it says T17, T18 and T19 were removed. Just coming back to your point about turbine 14 in figure layout D on figure 2.3, there are 14 turbines there. At this stage, we were still at 149.9 meters, and then it's the final stage where the turbine height is increased to 180 meters.
Yes.
And the justification for that is given in paragraphs 248 to 252, as I understand it.
Yes.
Now, in paragraph 248, in the third line, it says the main consideration was the, in deciding the turbine tip height, in addition to environmental impacts, was the uncertainty of terms of future contracts for difference, auction, or another route to electricity market.
Yes.
And then it goes on to discuss that in paragraphs 249 to 252, but there are no consideration of the additional, if any, landscape and visual impacts in those paragraphs, are there?
Not in these paragraphs, no.
Now, the point you picked up in evidence in chief was in paragraph 249, where it says there is a tendency to install higher tip heights, and it said that 120 meters are difficult to become available. Now, I just want to ask about your evidence in chief in that regard. One has to distinguish between a trend to higher turbines and availability of smaller turbines. Do you accept that? There may be a trend to higher turbines, but that doesn't necessarily mean that smaller turbines, for instance, 149.5 or 150 meters, are not available.
Well, I can only go on conversations that I've had with developers and people in the field who know about this, and they've told me that it's a problem of availability.
Well, yeah, the trouble with that is that that's new evidence, and I can't ask those people. You're giving landscape and visual evidence. I didn't object you to giving market evidence, but effectively that's what you were giving. So you're relying on what other people have told you. Can I look at a non robust example of turbine heights? If you go to, first of all, CD 717, I've just picked, given your evidence, 3 recent decisions of, this is Paul's Hill 2 wind turbine, CD 717. And
that one.
You can take it from me, perhaps to save time, but this was a decision within the last, well, just over the last year, where the turbines proposed, I believe, were 149.9 meters to tip height.
Okay.
And then Melenderdale, which I believe is a decision that is being prayed in aid of the applicant's case in its policy case, which is CD 715. If one goes to where the decision date is April 2020, if one goes to paragraph 2, one can see that they were seeking wind turbines at 110 meters in height.
Yes, I can see that, yeah.
And then if you go to Falago Rig, which I think is the other recent decision, which is June 2020, which is CD 714, they were seeking turbines to 126.5 meters to height.
Yes.
Now, just this EIAR, can you remind us what the date of it is, please?
December 2019, I believe it says.
So I think all those cases or decisions I've taken to you post-dated that, but what the reporter can note is that applicants were quite happy to go to appeal on turbine heights that ranged between 150 meters and 110 meters in the years after this was written.
Sorry, was that a question?
Yes. That's the evidence before her, isn't it?
That's what they've done. I mean, those schemes would have started many years before those decisions, though.
And there's no evidence here that turbines, say, of 149.5 meters in height would not be available. Not in this report, is there?
Which report are you referring to now?
EIAR.
Chapter 2?
Yeah.
Yes. No, agreed.
And turning back to the consideration of impact of height, there's nothing in the EIAR at all to show that a viewpoint by viewpoint consideration was done, the difference between 150 and 180 meters.
No, but we have referred to the comparative wire lines provided earlier. We have looked at those.
Yeah, I'll come back to that. But if you answer the question, well, you may have done, my apologies. There is nothing in the EIAR which shows any detailed consideration was given to that at the time.
Well, There may not be in this particular chapter, but I certainly know from speaking to the landscape architects involved, they looked at this in a lot of detail. Yes.
Well, you said there's nothing in the EIAR, and I don't just mean chapter 2, which shows which contains any comparative or discussion even of the comparative impacts of 150-metre turbines and 180-metre turbines.
Well,
I mean, if there is pointed out to me.
I would have to sit and go through this line by line. And if you're telling me, as a point of fact, because you've looked at it, then I'm happy to accept that there isn't. But
I may be wrong, but not as far as I can see. Could we turn to the comparative exercise that you alluded to a moment ago, which is CD 122 Appendix 6.2, which is the one that starts with that email.
yes, I've got that.
And if we go to the email, first of all, I'll just wait and make sure the reporter's caught up with us. I think she has. Under turbine size on the first page.
Okay.
Vattenfall have considered the potential to reduce the overall height of the turbines. Now you see the word reduce there.
Mm-hmm.
So this was an exercise done in reducing the overall height of the turbines, not increasing the overall height of the turbines.
Yes.
So the anxious consideration that you were referring to at the moment appears to be an undertaking when they were considering reduction of height rather than increasing the height.
Yes, I mean this is done to answer a concern from Aberdeenshire Council.
Absolutely, and what you referred to the wire lines, which are certainly in my reproductions very small. What rotor diameters were chosen? The wire lines for the 150-metre turbines, were they the same as the 180 metres, or what? And if so, what was the rotor diameter chosen?
It does say that on the bottom of the figure in the small print.
Okay.
We've got for the 180 tip, it says right at the bottom, rotor diameter 82 metres. I'm sure that is correct. And then over the page for the 149.5 metre tip, we've got a rotor diameter of 82 metres. That's, no, hang on, I'm reading the wrong line here.
It says rotor diameter of 140 metres, isn't it?
There's 136. Yes, it says 136, and it also says 140.
And so I think it's 140 for the 180 metre turbines and 136 for the smaller turbines.
Yeah, it seems to be, yes.
So it's not surprising you couldn't, if there are only 4 metres difference between the rotor diameters, that you wouldn't notice a difference between the rotor diameter size on those turbines, would you?
That's correct, yes. I was looking more at height, though, overall height.
Well, I'd suggest to you that the impact of a turbine is a combination both of its overall height and its dimensions, which is why the Nature Scott guidance uses the word scale, because a turbine that is 180 metres higher with a rotor diameter that is bigger than the turbines than it sits next to, as it would be if Clashindarroch 2 were permitted, will have a different impact than if the rotor diameter was only, say, or equivalent or closer in scale to the existing turbines.
Yes, I accept you have to take account of the rotor diameter and the overall height, the hub height, yeah.
And you've produced visualizations, as I understand it, to SNH standard visualizations, including wirelines. These wirelines are not to SNH standard, are they?
Which, oh, these wirelines?
Yeah.
No, these are indicative. I think these are the, I don't know, they.
And the reason why SNH has standards is that the reproduction of wirelines on this format can have a compressive effect on the scale of turbines. It's to avoid that the wirelines are produced to a particular standard, isn't it?
It is in terms of being able to compare them in the field. This represents a reduced scale of image, and I think it's just been done probably for convenience, but I think it's still sufficient to be able to flick between the two and see if you can understand whether there's a difference between the two wire lines in terms of difference between scale. I don't think you need to sort of refer to this, and I wouldn't want to refer to this to undertake an assessment on level of effect.
And what these wire lines don't do is enable you to ascertain what the different effect would be. No, they do. My apologies. What you are looking at in these wire lines is the difference in scale between Clashindarroch 1 and Clashindarroch 2. But effectively, in both cases, the rotor diameters are, to all intents and purposes, the same. It's only the height that's been reduced.
Yes.
You put that appendix 6.2 to one side, please. Could we, I think we can leave chapter 2 of the EIAR and come back to the figures in CD 1.4.1, which you had out in hard copy, move on from figure 2.3, and we'll look at the relevant viewpoints.
Yes.
In what the of the difference in scale between layout D in figure 2.4b, which we know is at 149.5, I think it is, meters, and layout E, which is at 180 meters.
Yes.
And again, do you know what the rotor diameter of the 149.5 meter turbines was?
I don't. No, I'm sorry.
I'm not going to ask you about viewpoints 2 or 3, save that we can note that in the design considerations, and this may be relevant to the condition, microsighting conditions point, there was clearly a design objective to remove visibility of even flicking blades from either of those viewpoints, and they succeeded, the designer succeeded in doing so. Their viewpoints in the Devon Valley, broadly speaking.
Yes.
Okay. So if you go on to viewpoint 4, and we look at layout A, scoping.
Yeah, a scoping, yes.
And you'll see that the turbines 6, 2, and 1 on the right-hand side And if you remember, I asked you to note when we were going through the written chapter that those turbines had been removed because they appeared to sit separately.
Yes, that's what they said.
They actually sit now, turbines 12, 3 and 9 sit just as separately from turbines 10 and 7, which in themselves sit almost just as separately from the main body of turbines, don't they?
Yes, I agree with you.
And in fact, the gap between turbines 1, 6 and 2 and 12, 3 and 9 is broadly equivalent to the gap between turbine 16 and the original Clashindarroch 1 turbines.
Yes, from when perceived from this viewpoint, yes.
Yeah. If we turn over the page to layout D and compare layout D with layout E, which is on figure 2.5L.
Yes.
What one can tell from layout D, there is no overlapping.
Yes.
No stacking.
Yeah.
Whereas if you look at layout E, there is both overlapping and stacking.
Well, the distinction between overlapping and stacking, I think, is debatable.
So, I'm getting lost. Are you looking at, you referred to figure 2.5 just then. Are you looking at viewpoint 4 or 5?
Viewpoint 4, my apologies, Mr. Trinick. Viewpoint 4, looking at comparing and contrasting figure 2.4K layout D and 2.4L layout E. And Mr. Rowlett, let's just call stacking or overlapping the same thing. We'll just call them overlapping for purposes of the cross-examination, because where overlapping becomes stacking may be a moot point that would not be of interest to anyone. So there's certainly overlapping on layout E, significant overlapping where there is hardly any on layout D.
Agreed.
And then looking at the gaps between the turbines, I'd suggest to you that layout E clearly demonstrates an uneven visual density of turbines, unlike layout D, which appears to have a consistent spread, albeit there's a group. There are effectively three groups of turbines, 3 to the right, 2 in the middle, and then a more concentrated group to the left.
Yes.
Whereas layout D, it has a different combination, and we're not even looking at turbine height at this stage. How can you say that layout E is optimum in comparison with layout D, when viewed from Trapo North, where that is one of your key design viewpoints?
Yes, I think looking at those turbines, which are 180 meters to blade tip, and I did discuss this with the previous design, this is the optimum design that they can come with. And I did interrogate it, and I agreed with them that this was an optimum design because they're at a taller height, they need a different separation distance between them, and so you end up with slightly different composition. But overall, I still think that's an acceptable solution to this from that particular viewpoint. Not to say that it isn't the best out of the selection that you've got.
Well, I will come to your evidence where you say that. In fact, let's look at that now, just so you don't miss it. It's so I'll come back to it. I don't wish to waste time on it, but in general terms, landscape and visual terms, the layout D in this figure is clearly better than layout E, is it not?
Well, I think if you look at layout E and look at Clashindarroch 1, which is in green, you can see that you've got gaps and clusters or overlapping turbines, gaps and clusters and so on. And you've got that same sort of rhythm repeating with Clashindarroch 2 from this particular viewpoint. So in terms of layout alone, there is a good match between the two. Whereas when you turn back to layout D, you've got Clashindarroch 1, which from this viewpoint looks a little bit less regular, against another layout, Clashindarroch 2, which has a higher degree of regularity. And I do think that's a difference that is important here.
Well,
and
look at
in terms of similarity.
My apologies. Looking at layout D, the turbines in Clashindarroch 1 that sit most adjacent to proposed Clashindarroch 2, there are 7 of them, and they're laid out in exactly the same fashion as Clashindarroch 2 on this layout, aren't they? On
layout D?
Yes.
So which turbines are you referring to?
Well, there are 7 green turbines, for want of a better expression, on layout D that sit closest to proposed Clashindarroch 2. None of them overlap. Well, perhaps 2 of them overlap. Certainly don't stack. And there are gaps between them. I suggest to you that is quite similar to the layout that is shown for proposed Clashindarroch 2 on layout D.
Well, they look similar to the 5 turbines on the right-hand side of Clashindarroch 2. But when you compare the turbines 11 to 6, Clashindarroch 2, which are on the left, they are very regular in what is an irregular landscape, irregular landform, very regular compared to an irregular or organic layout for layout D in Clashindarroch 1.
See, as I understand it, going back to metaphorically, without going back to the layout D, which we're looking at, was the layout that had come after public exhibition, consultation with SNH and the council, and layout D was then what the designer was looking at. Layout E came as a result of reviewing the project's economic viability, and it would appear that the change from D to E was driven primarily, if not wholly, by viability considerations. I'd suggest to you that the designer got to layout D, which was far more acceptable in landscape and visual terms, and then reverted to a suboptimal scheme in layout E from this key viewpoint.
So when you say they made this change with viability, you include in that bracket the availability of turbines?
Well, yes, but there's no evidence that the 150-meter turbines, which are the difference we're talking about now, were unavailable. In fact, you haven't even said that yourself this morning. I mean, there are lots of schemes in Scotland, which you'll be aware, right, being produced at the moment, proposing turbines to 150 metres in height.
Yes, but they started their procurement process probably 12 or 24 months prior to the construction process. And then before that, however long it's taken them to get consent.
Well, this procurement process
in planning, they're not, just sort of taken, we go out tomorrow and build a wind farm.
Not suggesting that slightest, but there are wind farms being proposed at the moment, and we'll come onto the table in due course that you alluded to. in fact, I can probably deal with it in submissions, which show that whilst the trend may be towards bigger turbines, wind farms are still being proposed with turbines smaller than 180 metre to tip height. Do you not accept that?
If you say so, but these
Are you not aware of that, Miss Rylett? In your own experience of turbines being proposed in Scotland and the Highland region and in the borders in particular, that there are turbines currently being proposed of less than 180 metres to tip height, and the evidence, there's no evidence of a shortfall of turbines of 150 metres.
I'm not working on any at the moment, and what I'm referring to are commercial wind farms, not domestic or farm scale schemes.
Well, they're both commercial. Anything over 100 metres would be a commercial wind farm for this wind turbine for this purpose. Anyway, we get slightly sidetracked. I want to try and complete this passage if we can, just before we close, and we may extend slightly beyond 1 o'clock. If we go to viewpoint 5, the buck, which begins at figure 2.4M. And compare and contrast simply layout D on figure 2.4N and layout E on figure 2.40.
Yes.
There is reduced overlapping on D compared with E, and the height difference between D and E, and I think from this case the Clashindarroch 2 will sit behind the turbines on Clashindarroch 1. The height difference leads to a noticeable confusion of perspective, doesn't it, between the two?
No, I don't agree, and I looked at this in the photo montage and in the field, and I don't agree. I think they both, it looks like one wind farm. I think the turbine tips are all just below the skyline, and I don't see that, you know, as a person standing on the buck, that I would feel confused by a sense of distance or perspective looking at that composition.
Well, there we disagree, but I suggest to you that layout D and E, the turbine heights are noticeably different, and the contrast with existing Clashindarroch 1 is much clearer with in layout E than it is in layout D.
I agree there's a noticeable, but I don't think it's any more than that. I think it's a difference in notices.
And then finally, I think for these purposes, if we go on to viewpoint 12, just see if I need to ask about that. That begins at figure 2.4V. Yes, I do. And again, I want you to look at the contrast between layout D on figure 2.4X and layout E on figure 2.4Y.
Yes.
First thing, the turbines, that, as far as one can, there's one minor tip of a blade shown adjacent to, and this is Tapper North. That's the hill we see in the middle of the wire line, is it not?
Yes.
So in terms of full turbines that one can see the hub of, they are significantly further away from Tapper North than they are on figure E.
They're slightly further away, yes.
Well, in layout E, 2 turbines with hubs are shown on the slope going up to Tapper North, aren't they? Whereas they avoid it completely in layout D.
I think you see one tip, can't you?
One tip, but in layout D, you see 2 tips and 2 turbines with hubs on the slope. In terms of what's optimum or what's better, surely indeed, as the design consideration says, the less the further away the turbines are from Tapper North from this viewpoint is better. And turbine E is a retrograde step in that regard. Layout E is a retrograde step in that regard compared with layout D.
Well, you might say that, but they're looking at different turbine heights. They're different designs.
Well, and also from this viewpoint, there's no stacking or overlapping with whichever way you want to put it. There may be minor overlapping on layout D. There's clear overlapping, if not stacking, on minor overlapping on layout D, clear overlapping on layout E.
Yes, but then again, I would say look at the other existing wind farms in that view. Clashindarroch 1 is visible there, and it's the same degree of turbine overlap. And
I think this is a viewpoint where you say it doesn't read as an extension. So on your evidence, the impact of this would read by itself primarily, and surely and indeed it would be, I think, Clashindarroch 2 would be much closer to the viewer at viewpoint 12. The Clashindarroch 1 doesn't impinge on Tapper North effectively at all. The difference in design if you had to choose between layout D and layout E is surely noticeable, and layout E could not be described as optimum.
Well, again, you're looking at one design with turbines at 180 metres to blade tip. They have to have a different separation. That's a technical requirement for the crosswind and the downwind separation for the operation of those turbines to a layout of turbines at 149.5 metres.
And there's no recognition anywhere in the environmental EIAR report, or indeed the SI, of the suboptimal approach that choosing a 180 metre turbine over a 150 metre turbine gives rise to. Is that?
We've already covered that point, yes.
Thank you, Mum. That would be a convenient moment to pause.
Yes, that makes sense. We're just after 1 o'clock. Is everybody happy to come back at 2, or do you need slightly more time than that?
2 is fine.
2 is fine.
Yeah. And we can have a look at those layouts, see if Rebecca Rylott kind of clarify the succession of layouts and the chapter. So we'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, well, that's 2 o'clock. I think we've got everybody back that is participating at this stage. So maybe hand back to Mr. Findlay, unless, of course, we want to just stop and see if Rebecca Rylett can confirm about the layouts. Perhaps you could do that first.
Yes, please. So I've had a look at the layout figure 5 of we were looking at design statement 1.7, and it was figure 5, and it had the 4 layouts on it.
So which figure?
Yeah, figure 5, site layout evolution.
Where would I find figure 5?
Yeah, I'm looking at which document have you got figure 5 from?
Apologies, I've got the design statement, which is CD 1.7.
Yes, I've got that. I've just got the paper version quickly.
That's fine, that's what I've got. I believe it is the same as the EIA report figure 2.3, if people were looking at that one also. So I can't discern which layout it is. I think it looks close to layout E, but it really is something that needs checking more accurately than I can do with limited resources I have here today.
Perhaps I can help Ms. Rylett on that. If one goes back to the EIAR at paragraph 2.46, so that's chapter 2 of CD 1.3.
Yes, chapter 2.
Yeah, 2.46.
Uh-huh.
You'll see that layout D, so-called here, would have 13 turbines.
Yeah.
And if you go to 2.47, layout E, and it's a point I haven't asked you about yet, increased to 14 turbines. So the fact that there are 14 turbines shown on either figure 5 in the design and access statement, layout D, or figure 2.3 in the EIAR suggests that it is the final layout because there are 14 turbines involved.
It does look that way, yes. You also asked me about whether there was any reference in the EIA report about the design evolution in respect of the turbines and layout E.
Yeah.
So I've had a look, and in the design statement on electronic page 5, there is reference there to the paragraph 39 basically says that SLR.
This is CD 1.7.
CD 1.7, paragraph 39 on electronic page 5.
I don't have that paragraph on it. I have 24 electronic pages. I don't have
page electronic page 5.
Yeah, doesn't have which you're looking for paragraph 29.
39.
39. I have that on section 5, electronic page 11.
Okay. So
it starts in June 2018. SLR contacted ECU and informed there had been a reconsideration, and proposed development will be up to 14 turbines with 180 meters.
Yes, and it then goes on to say that there was a revised scoping document was prepared.
Yeah.
Paragraph 41, we've got a summary of the key issues raised about the proposed development in the scoping exercise provided in table 6.1 of the EIA report.
Yeah.
I had a look at that, and I think that's also worth looking at. So that table can be found in CD 1.3, chapter 6, and it's electronic page 6, and it's table 6.1.
Turbines. That's the council's case, isn't it? It's not about there's visibility where there shouldn't be visibility. Do you understand that?
Yes, of course I understand that, yes.
Good. But there's nothing in this document, as I understand it, which examines the difference or what the impact would be with lower turbines. Notwithstanding, that is exactly what Nature Scott were suggesting should be considered. You haven't carried out a comparative exercise in here, have you?
Well, we've just looked at the wire lines where there were comparisons between different heights, and I've given you my information, my evidence on that.
No, but this is in this. It's not a question of your evidence in this further part of the environmental impact assessment process. You have not carried out or commented on a comparative exercise of what the position would be with 150 metre turbines as opposed to 180 metre turbines.
Well, I have, but I accept it's not documented there.
And then if you go to well, you say that, I can only go what's documented here or in your report. 7.2.24, you...
as SNH has suggested, I do say in that penultimate sentence, whilst any reduction in turbine height would reduce the turbine yield, but it would still maintain the visibility of turbines from the visual receptors. What I meant by that was you'd still get the same levels of effect that have been assessed already in the LVIA.
And I mean, I can take you to it if you wish, but in the Clashindarroch 1 EIAR, one of the points you made in reaching the layout configurations there was to reduce the visual extent from Tapper North. Do you accept that that was one of your important considerations? If you want to check that, you can look at CD 12.1, chapter 3 at electronic page 12. I'm afraid that's not on my list, I don't think. But you'll see there's the CD 12.1, chapter 3, there's table 3.2 on page 11, and it's the last entry on table 3.2, which goes over to page 12.
One moment while I get. So which chapter are we looking at?
Chapter 3, which is, I think, the equivalent siting and design chapter. Do you have electronic page 12?
I'm just coming to it. Yes.
And the last box on that page, this is all still in the design, under the design chapter I'm cross-examining, when you're moving from 22 down to 18. And you say that The scope layout was further refined and wind turbines were repositioned to avoid all the known constraints in the area. The layout was refined primarily for landscape and visual impact concerns, in particular, reducing the visual extent from Tapper North, whilst maintaining reduced visibility in the Devon Valley.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah. Again, coming back to, I can take you back to the iterations if you wish, but if the visual visual impact on Tapper North, when viewed from, for instance, viewpoint 12, or when viewed from Tapper North itself, has been increased by the latest iteration rather than decreased, has it not?
It has, yes.
Thank you. I was going to move off design, but to related matter, and that's just to pick up the SNH consultation response letter, which is CD 2.1.19.
Yes, I have that.
Now, you were asked some questions this morning about SNH or Nature Scott objecting. You're aware that Nature Scott have a national interest test before they can object, so that they must consider the impact to be of a national interest.
Yes, but they also, and the experience that I have that I explained earlier this morning, they can object in situations where the landscape is undesignated.
Yes, absolutely. And West Garty, where you and I both appeared, I think was one, and Harryburn and North Lather, where I've appeared, but I don't think you have, were two others which were on your list. And they were cases, and if the reporter wishes to read the reports, they could be made available, but I don't think there's a need to, where SNH justified their objection on national interest grounds, albeit there wasn't a national designation that was significantly impacted. Is that an accurate representation of the picture?
Yes, and I believe it's a national or a regional issue. And again, you know, they have not found that issue here, so they have not objected.
No. I'm slightly surprised you say regional issue. I wasn't aware that they had a regional interest test. My understanding was it was a national interest test. But no doubt if you or Mr. Trinick can find something which suggests that I'm misunderstanding that, you can provide it. But there are many cases where Nature Scott doesn't object, but they provide a critique of the wind farm proposal.
Yes.
And just because it hasn't reached the level of national interest or even regional interest, if that is indeed a factor, that doesn't mean that they consider it acceptable. That conclusion cannot be drawn. Do you accept that?
Well, I think it cuts both ways. I don't think you can say whether it's acceptable or unacceptable just from looking at yes, the Nature Scott response.
No, what we can say is that, what in your favour, to be fair to you, what you can say is that Nature Scott don't think the impacts are such that it raises interests of matters of national importance.
Yeah, that's
correct. So that's a point in your favour, so that we're looking at a level below that. But there are lots of applications that have been refused at the level below that. It doesn't tell you whether any more than that, whether they're acceptable or unacceptable. If we go to electronic page 1 of the, sorry, CD 2.1.19, I think is.
2 point.
It's the CD number is 2.1.19, and it's electronic page 1 that I want to look at to begin with. And under the summary, the first paragraph deals with wildlife interests, which I'm not concerned with. The second says there will be significant impacts, but they'll be limited due to surrounding topography and forestry and the existing effect of Clashindarroch turbines with which the proposed scheme would usually be seen. And again, I think you and Mr. Steele agreed about that. The landscape and visual effects are limited by topography and forestry, because you agreed as to where the significant effects will be found. And the existing effect of Clashindarroch turbines, as I understand it, what S&H were getting at there is that you're not putting a new wind farm into an area where there are no existing wind farms. There's already Clashindarroch there, so the extent of impact will be limited in that regard. Good. And then it says significant adverse landscape and visual impacts remain, particularly to the southeast, including both the setting and the appreciation of Tapo North, or they've called it North, as a landmark in the wider landscape and in views from its summit. And then they go on to dark skies, and then they refer to their recommendations for improvement. So they've highlighted Tapo North as a particular matter of importance, which I think you would agree with.
Yes.
Thank you. And then if we go to page 4, electronic page 4, I'm passing over the wildlife matters, and go to paragraph 3.2, says the key cumulative relationship would be with the 18 existing turbines immediately to the southwest and 59 turbines at Dornell just under 10 kilometres distant. So Dornell is quite some distance away, is it not?
Yes. There's 30 kilometres, yeah. And
then what I wanted to ask you about now is whether you agree or disagree with the next 3 bullet points. Firstly, do you agree that Clashindarroch 2 would significantly extend the cumulative effects on the area of the Grampian outliers within which the existing Clashindarroch scheme lies?
Well, yes. You
do, good, thank you. And then do you also consider, looking at the second bullet point, that it will significantly affect views from higher areas in the east and southeast in particular? And the proposed wind farm would, due to its closer proximity, appear as a prominent extension to existing wind energy schemes in upland areas further west, with much larger turbines in close proximity to the distinctive landmark and viewpoint of Tapo North. Do you agree that?
Let's take this in stages. Right, so I've already told you that from the southeast, for example, point as well, I don't see this as a prominent extension. I see it as 2 separate schemes, so I don't agree that bit.
Agree the turbines will appear much larger and in close proximity to a distinctive landmark and viewpoint of Tapo North.
I agree they appear larger, but I wouldn't have said much larger. I'd have said larger. And yes, a distinctive landmark, Tapo North.
And then in your favour, I'm going to ask you about the third bullet point, because Mr. Steele disagrees with S&H. They say the disparity between turbine sizes would be less apparent from viewpoints to the south and west due to the different visual relationship between the turbines seen from this direction. Do you agree with that?
Yes, but I don't think it's limited to just the southwest.
Well, see, I'd suggest you, and we'll come and look at the viewpoints in due course, that whilst the difference would be less apparent, it will still be noticeable. I presume you disagree with that.
No, I said this morning that I think from the butt that the difference is noticeable, but I don't think it's significant.
Right. And if we move on to electronic page 5, this is under the title 3.4, potential for mitigation. And they set out at 3.44, I think, of the 5 bullet points that were in chapter 2 of the, sorry, set out all 4 bullet points. They come from paragraph 218 of chapter 2 of the EIAR.
Yeah.
Word for word, and I asked you about those this morning. And then they go on to involve, after referring to aviation lighting, involving all or a combination of the following options, these effects could be reduced. Reducing the size of some or all turbines to below 150 metres to reduce effects on tap-in north and remove the need for aviation warning lights where we can ignore the latter. This in turn would reduce the pronounced scale disparity between the existing and proposed developments at Clashindarroch and improve the overall wind farm design. Do you accept there's a pronounced scale disparity between existing and proposed developments?
I can't see it in the viewpoints particularly, but I do accept there is a difference.
And, well, I take it you effectively disagreeing, but it is very clear what they wanted to be done, but nowhere in the SI or the EIAR has there been any consideration, detailed consideration given to that with viewpoints and wire lines. Same insofar as the exercise that we looked at this morning is concerned, which does show 150 metre turbines.
Well, as I say in the SI, I have documented what I've done. I apologise that I've not illustrated that, but there it is.
The second bullet point talks about relocating or removing turbines at the southern end of the scheme to achieve a closer or visual integration with existing turbines when seen from the southeast and east. Do you understand what they're suggesting there?
I'm not sure I do, and I'm not sure that we're on the same page here, because if you take viewpoint 12 again, the benefit there is that Clashindarroch 1 and Clashindarroch 2 appear as 2 separate schemes. And if you're going to start moving turbines around in the south to try and sort of fill a gap and make them into one sort of big wind farm, as though one was an extension of the other, then I think you'll get a worse visual effect. And I think you will start to see the disparity between the two. So I don't agree with what S&H proposed in there. We looked at it. I discussed it with the previous landscape architect. They told me they tried to move turbines around in all different positions. They couldn't achieve a better composition than what they'd got. And I also had a go on my computer. And as I said in the report, I believe that the layout that we've got is the optimum layout for the 180 metre tall turbines.
Yeah, but they're talking about 150 metre turbines here, aren't they?
I'm sorry, I was on bullet point 2, where they're talking about removing some of the turbines from the southern end or relocating them.
Yeah, but they're clearly envisaging turbines. So if they're looking at a closer visual integration with existing turbines, if they're going to want closer integration, they're going to want turbines that are more closely related in size as well, surely. That's why it's a combination of those matters they're looking for.
Well, I don't think you have to take everything that these are ideas that Nature Scott are suggesting. They're making suggestions here about ways they think the developer should look at in terms of trying to improve things. And we've looked at the aviation warning lights. We've set that to one side. That's resolved quite a lot of things, and we're left with the turbines and what's left. And as I say, Nature Scott can make recommendations, but they can't sit with us and go through the design process. And just because we can't make it work any better, that doesn't mean to say that, well, we have to jettison the existing scheme, and I don't know where you would go from there.
Well, I can only cross-examine you on the evidence you presented, either in the SI, the EIAR, or your report. There's nothing there which shows that it can't work. Just a few more extracts from this letter. Electronic page 7. here they in part repeat what they've been saying earlier, because whilst it's headed Annex 1 further comments, these are really the same comments in a bit more detail. But I want to ask you about the third paragraph on this page, which begins as detailed below. You see that?
Yes.
In the second sentence, noticeably from some directions, the substantially greater height of the turbines significantly extends the influence of wind energy across the skyline, affecting the setting of one of the most distinctive hills. Now, that is clearly a reference to Tapper North, is it not?
It would appear so, yeah.
And then it goes on to say, furthermore, the scale disparity clearly visible to the east and northeast increases the extent and severity of the cumulative effect. Do you agree with that?
No, because when you look at the scale disparity that they claim to the east and northeast, then I'm starting to think about, well, which viewpoint are they talking about here? And if we look to the east and northeast, we get viewpoint 6 at Clashmack Hill, where, as I've said before, the two schemes are seen one behind the other. So we've got that limitation of cumulative effect concentrated in one area of the view, rather than, you know, a wider area. And I actually wonder whether did they mean the southeast? Perhaps, I don't know, but.
Well, we disagree with you about that, but that's your position on that. That's helpful. If we move to the bottom of the page under focal points, they make a point about the distinctive landmark hill Tapper North, and we're I think there's agreement is a distinctive landmark hill. The impact of the turbines on it, we disagree about that. I think I need to ask you further about that at this stage. Wind farm, over the page to electronic page 11, we see what they say about turbine size. And we've discussed that already, so I'm not going to put that to you unless you want to say anything further on that.
No.
Then if we go down, seeing if there's anything else in here that is if you go down to the bottom of page 8, they're looking at walkers visiting the closer summits. And they say from Tapper North, the introduction of Clashindarroch 2 effectively doubles the horizontal spread of turbines in combination with Clashindarroch and the more recessive in the view, Dornell at 14 kilometres. Firstly, do you accept that Dornell is more recessive in the view from Tapper North?
Let's just look at that and remind myself. I think you're right. Just want to check the viewpoint. Yes, they say more recessive, and I think if we can agree that what they mean is they're further away, they're the most distant turbines out of those that they mention, then that's agreed.
I don't think they're limiting themselves to that, but and I'm certainly not. If they say effectively doubles the horizontal spread in combination with Clashindarroch, they're not including Dornell in that, are they? But if you go to any wireline with a view from Tapper North, the Dornell and Clashindarroch existing taken together is clearly significantly more wider than the proposed Clashindarroch 2.
That's correct. I agree that, yes.
Substantially larger turbines relative to the existing Clashindarroch wind farm contributes a disproportionately greater significant effect on receptors, and they then list a number of viewpoints. I think you probably know your view on that. If we go over to the next page, page 9 of 12, the first full bullet point on that page, from viewpoint 12, a viewpoint on an elevated minor road to the southeast, there would be significant adverse effects due to the proximity of the proposed turbines to the Tapper North, where they would adversely affect the setting and appreciation distinctive landmark hill. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Then page 9, under cumulative effects annex, on the third paragraph, it begins the proposed turbines would be seen as a northeasterly extension of the existing wind farm. I think in general terms, we understand you to disagree with that.
Well, they don't say where they're seen from. I mean, if they're looking in.
What you say, Ms. Riley, just to perhaps assist you in part, is they say that the extent to which they would be seen to merge together would depend upon the directional elevation from which they are viewed and the proximity of the viewpoint, which I think encompasses some of your points. But in general terms, they suggest it would be seen as a northeasterly extension of the existing wind farm, which is the position Mr. Steele adopts.
I think that's a position that a description that you would apply to a plan view. I don't think when you're looking at it in the field from particular viewpoints, you would say northeasterly extension. You would say either it's an extension or it's not an extension. It's a separate scheme. And I think, you know, we've been through that with some viewpoints already this morning, and you can see that there's a difference.
Well, you've been through them with Mr. Trinick, and I'm going to go through them in a moment or two, but just looking at what S&H say, in the second bullet point below that paragraph, this is in respect to viewpoint 6, where you don't think they would be read as an extension. They say in the second sentence, the proposed turbines would lie in front of them, appearing as an extension. However, their closer proximity and greater scale would make them appear much more prominent. You presumably disagree with that?
Yes, I think when you look at that viewpoint, and I think if you were standing there in reality, you would be able to understand the sense of perception that one is much further back than the other. And I think when you look at that in the photo montages, you can see that much more clearly.
Well, I think we can note that you disagree with S&H and Mr. Steele on that. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think the remaining comments I might have taken to reiterate points I've already made, so we can put that document to one side. And what I'd like to do now is look at the viewpoints. I'm going to do visual impact. Sorry, I'm going to do landscape first and then visual impact. So do you have CD 10.5, which is the useful summary table? Comparative table, yeah. Summary comparative assessment table.
Yes, I've got that now.
Right. If we turn to page 3 of that, we get the relevant comparative landscape effects table.
Yes.
Just let me pick up a reference which I is from there. Yes. If you look at sensitivity, Clashindarroch 1 in the ES Clashindarroch 2 in the EIAR has medium or high to medium, and Clashindarroch 2 in the SI is simply medium. In terms of the differing impact, and then if we look at magnitude, I'm looking here on the outlying hills and ridges. Effect. Clashindarroch 1 had a moderate to moderate major effect within 3 kilometres.
That was their assessment, yes.
I think that was your assessment.
Sorry, my assessment, yeah.
Well, that was your assessment, was it not?
I believe it would have been.
So, well, perhaps we can to just check that. Could we go to CD 12.1, please, and chapter 9? And if you have that CD 12.1, chapter 9, electronic page 79 of 86 to start off. Which gives us a summary. Tell me when you have that.
Sorry, I'm there.
Right, so table 916, summary of landscape effects. If you go down the column, left-hand column, you get to Grampian Outliers 17, Clashindarroch / West Lumsden. And if you look at the italics below that, ignoring the first sentence, significant landscape effects would occur within the site area and adjacent areas approximately 3 kilometres in respect of Clashindarroch wind farm. I think that's a summary of where the 3 kilometres comes from.
Yes.
And then if we were to go back in the document to need to pick up what the detail that lies behind that summary, you start dealing with
Sorry, where are you now?
I haven't quite told you yet, so I'm just trying to get there myself so that I can direct you. If you go to electronic page 46 of 86, you start the section of your then environmental impact assessment report dealing with landscape effects during operation. It's at the bottom of the page at paragraph 139. I'm just
Yeah.
orientating you to the document at the moment. So there's some consideration of the impacts, and Grampian outliers are dealt with on electronic page 48, beginning at paragraph 148.
Yes.
And I think paragraph 150 is the most relevant paragraph. During the operational period of the development footprint would reduce, and beyond the site boundary, there would be no physical effects on landscape character, but where visible, the wind farm would have a visual influence, and there would be indirect landscape effects. We can understand what you're saying there. The ZTV coverage would be intermittent and predominantly concentrated on Clashindarroch forest in areas high ground to the south and southeast, up to distances of 5 kilometres. As a result of this, the magnitude of change would vary from moderate to substantial, leading to a moderate, major, and significant effect on the landscape within and close to the site boundary. That would suggest that you might be contemplating effects up to significant landscape effects up to 5 kilometres away.
Well, no, it's saying that the ZTV coverage, and we've got high ground visibility up to distances, or theoretical visibility up to distances of 5 kilometres. And
we can tell from, I think, table 9.9, which is earlier in the document, that Tapo North is 5.5 kilometres away from the nearest wind turbine. I think the back is slightly further away. If we move on to indirect effects on adjacent areas of adjacent landscape character, and go to table 9.12, which is begins on electronic page 50. Move on to electronic page 52, where it's dealing with Marion Nairn landscape assessment, landscape character within 10 kilometres. And you're here dealing with open uplands and northeastern hills.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quite complicated to get to, but if you go 3 paragraphs down in the box that deals with that, which begins, the wind farm would indirectly affect a relatively small proportion of the whole open upland landscape character type. Do you have that?
yes,
Within the study area, and significant effects would extend to hilltop summits used for local walking up to approximately 5.5 kilometres distance. And that would appear to be a reference to Tapo North, which is 5.5 kilometres distance from the nearest wind farm, wind turbine.
Yes, and they're talking about significant visual effects there.
Well, yeah, within 1 or 2 kilometres. Well, this is dealing with significant visual effects would be limited to approximately 3 kilometres, but this isn't a chapter dealing with landscape impact. And we know that the summary table finds significant landscape impacts generally up to 3 kilometres. Isn't this suggesting that you might get significant landscape effects at 5.5 kilometres?
No.
Just pausing for a moment, it is quite possible for a wind farm to give rise to significant landscape effects up to 10 kilometres, is it not? And I think for Dornell too, the landscape witness at that inquiry accepted significant landscape effects in one direction up to 10 kilometres.
Yeah, dealing with 50 odd turbines there, though, of course, much bigger area.
Yeah, which we're only talking about 5 kilometres. Mr. Steele has found a significant landscape effect on in effect Tapo North and Hiller North. That would, that is not out with the bounds of reasonable judgment, is it?
Well, he doesn't say Tap of North. He says the northern flank of Tap of North, the hill of North.
Well, I think northern flanks up to the top, so where there's the visual impact as well as the because visual impact is a component of landscape impact. What I want to ask you about here, though, is this: in Clashindarroch 1, you found from turbines that were only 110 meters high, a moderate to major impact, significant impact up to 3 kilometers away from the wind farm. For Clashindarroch 2, with turbines which are significantly higher, you have a more reduced landscape impact. And it only goes to 1 to 2 kilometers away from the wind farm. And one can understand that the impact of Clashindarroch 2 on the area of land within which Clashindarroch 1 sits and in that direction may be reduced. But I don't understand the logic of that when you're looking at, for instance, landscape impact to the east and north.
Can I answer?
Sorry?
Can I answer now? Is that?
Yes, of course.
Right. Can we look at CD 1.4.1, volume 3A?
1.4.1.
Yes, it's 3A.
3A.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, that's the wrong one. I'm looking for the SEI. The SI.
The SI, that'll be 1.22, I think, if you're looking for figures.
Thank you. 122. Figures and visualization. So it's CD 1.22.2.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at figure 7.3, which is the topography map.
Yeah.
I'll just wait till people have got that.
Yes, I have it.
I think Lynn Rutter is searching still.
No, I'm okay, thanks. Got it.
So if you look at the topography, and you can see that the Clashindarroch 1 wind farm is lower down the topography. You can see the key for the topography is on the right-hand side, that map. So we're kind of in the yellow zone. And the Clashindarroch 2 is much higher up. In fact, the southwestern row of turbines are actually up on the ridge. And because of this higher elevation, and because it's higher in elevation relative to the surrounding landform, it has a greater sphere of influence on the surrounding landscape character. Whereas Clashindarroch 2, although it's taller turbines, is sited within almost like a landscape bowl or a semicircle of a landscape bowl there, surrounded, as I explained this morning, to the north by that distinctive ridge line, and over to the west and round to the south by higher hills. That's the limiting effect, and that's why we've got this difference in effect landscape character for the Grampian outliers.
Well, so I suggest to you that from some locations, potentially, but just looking, bear in mind where viewpoint 1 is on that figure, and turn up, and for my purposes, I prefer you turned up the original EIAR, so that it is CD 1.4.2 and go to figure 7.25E, which is the wire line from Tapo North.
So we're looking at the wire line from the top, figure 7.25A. Say?
E, 7.25E. And just to put the questions to you, also bear in mind the photo montage, which is the next figure, 7.25F.
Okay.
I suggest to you that the higher in terms of appreciation of the landscape impact to the northeast, the turbines don't appear to sit in a particular bowl. And the significant landscape impacts should be judged to extend as far as sorry, northeast. My apologies, I've got my northeast and southeast wrong. Southeast, because I'm looking at the Tapper North here and viewpoint 4. It's quite clear that from the southeast, the significant landscape impacts extend to the flanks of and the top of the hill of the Tapper North and along the Hill of North.
I disagree. And I see this as a viewpoint, a visual impact, rather than a landscape character.
Well, suggest you that's an indication where you've underestimated the impact by, first of all, comparison with your own approach in Clashindarroch 1 and for the reasons I've just indicated. You explained that the reference to 2 to 3
was that a question to the witness? Sound like a statement that you might give us a chance to answer that.
Well, if she wishes to, I'm sure she will do. I suggested you've underestimated the impact there.
No. And this is what we're looking at here is a viewpoint, and it's a visual effect, not a landscape character effect. And as I set out this morning, if you were looking at that landscape, down in that landscape that's between the Tapper North summit and the wind farm, there would be difficulty in seeing the turbines, as you can see, because of all the forestry. Some of it's felled, admittedly, but the most part of it is in long-term retention. And what we've got here is an elevated viewpoint that's looking down on to the effect of landscape character. And you can see that there's you can see that sort of semicircle bowl of landform in action here, because you can see that the turbines are almost entirely contained by that near horizon just beyond them.
Well, of course, I accept that the viewpoint is shown primarily with a reason to demonstrate visual impact, but in order to cross-examine you, I have to use something, and it's the only thing I can use. So I'm putting it to you from a landscape viewpoint. We've got your answer. One more question on this is the statement of agreed matters did show for 2 to 3 kilometres for some significant time. I'd suggest to you that that was consistent with your approach at Clashindarroch 1. It was put in the statement of agreed matters as a point advancing as your case. One sees it at paragraph 613. So it's CD 10.1. We can go there if you want. But is that something that you've changed your view on, or is that simply a misunderstanding by someone drafting the SOAM?
Well, it's really a typo, because as I've explained this morning at some length, you can see quite clearly from this ridge line, both in this photograph and this viewpoint from Tapper North, from the ZTV figures that we looked at, that there is a limit And also we referred to earlier, you yourself referred to earlier, the S&H response where they accept there's limitations or the limited effects.
The second matter of landscape difference to you and Mr. Steele relates to the farmed rolling ridges and hills LCA, which is the third item included on the comparative tables at CD 10.5.
Yes.
And for want of a better way of dealing with it, I'm going to ask you to look at viewpoint 1 from in CD 1.4.1, sorry, 1.4.2.
Yes.
If one looks at the first, let's say, figure 7.22a,
This is the map.
no, 7.22a is the
Line.
line below and the existing photograph above.
Yes.
One can see that in the wireline, tips of Clashindarroch 1 are visible, but they would be blocked by the trees.
Well, they are blocked by that photograph. Yes.
Yeah. So it's perhaps not surprising that there was only a minor or moderate. I mean, I accept this is looking at it from one viewpoint, but this sits within that landscape character area. It's not surprising there was a slight magnitude of effect from Clashindarroch 1.
I think it's grown up in the intervening period.
Sorry?
I think there's obviously been some tree growth since Clashindarroch 1 was assessed and Clashindarroch 2 here, this photography here.
Suggested those were mature trees for this reason. If you turn on to figure 7.22c, one can see some of them have in fact been harvested.
Yes, they're the same photograph, the same trees in the same photograph.
Yeah, well, they're not the same trees because some of the trees have been harvested, both over to the right near to where the borrow pits are. I mean, it's not the same photograph.
So if we're looking at figure 7.22c, we're looking at a photo montage.
That's a photo montage, is it? My apologies.
And so what's been done here is that the tree felling required for the wind farm, the wind farm baseline felling plan, has been montaged into this view.
Right here. So from this view, one can. But the point I was making was that the tree felling is presumably of mature trees.
Well, I don't understand. Sorry, I'm not sure what. Let's have a look. Page these trees would be.
These are within the red area, aren't they? And they'll.
Yeah, I think for the most part they would be mature trees. Yes, mature forest trees.
But I would suggest to you that the impact on this landscape character area, there will be a significantly greater impact from Clashindarroch 2 than Clashindarroch 1.
Yes, and I know you're looking at EIA figures here, but I just wanted to point out quickly that the SI viewpoints from the same view also model the borrow pit.
Yeah. But I'm just looking at the turbines at the moment. And what I don't understand is how the magnitude can be slight in both cases, because I think you've just agreed that Clashindarroch 2 would have a greater impact than Clashindarroch 1.
Where are we saying slight impact?
Well, if you look on table CD 10.5, under magnitude for farmed rolling ridges, you have slight for Clashindarroch 1, slight for Clashindarroch 2 EIAR, but higher at western extents. But in the XI, which is your current position as I understand it, it's slight. Whereas Mr. Steele thinks it's a significant indirect effect. Now, I've just suggested to you, and I think you agreed, that the impact from Clashindarroch 2 would be materially different from Clashindarroch 1 on that landscape area.
Right. Well, first of all, we're looking at one viewpoint. And when you do a landscape character assessment, one has to take account of a range of viewpoints across that landscape in order to judge what is the effect on its character as opposed to what is the effect on one particular view.
I understand that, Ms. Riley. I've said to you before, I'm putting this viewpoint by way of example, not just because you see it from here, but in general terms, just so you don't think I'm putting the matter too narrowly, given that Clashindarroch 2 would be significantly closer to this finger of farmed rolling ridges landscape character area than Clashindarroch 1, and sitting much more above it, it would have a greater impact.
No, I think we're looking at landscape character rather than visual impact. We're getting too focused on a particular viewpoint that's positioned to see the worst case, or the most visibility of the turbines from this Tillage Valley area. And what we need to remember is this is a landscape character that has its landscape characteristics, but it's also part of that characteristic is visibility of wind farm development. And so if you look in the opposite direction, just over the brow of the hill from that viewpoint, you can see other wind farm developments at Glens of Foundland, at Drummies, and the landscape character description that Nature Scott produced in 2019 also recognises that wind farm development is a characteristic feature of this landscape. And so I look at this and say, well, we now have visibility of a further wind farm at Clashindarroch. Does that change the character of this landscape as opposed to one single view? And my view is, yes, it does, but not to a significant degree, because you do end up with a landscape character that has visibility of wind farm development within it.
Well, I suggest to you that the other wind farms that you're talking about are, in terms of the are of a different nature of impact from Clashindarroch 2, and that you clearly take a different view from both Nature Scott and Mr. Steele in this regard. You both find a significant impact, indirect, on this landscape character.
Yes, and I think as we look at the ZTV across this area, there's a variation in terms of the extent of the ZTV, in terms of where you would theoretically be able to see this wind farm from to this extent. And this is really limited to this particular viewpoint, the structured road here. And also, if you took the wire lines from the residential assessment as a sort of proxy, wider spread of viewpoints, you see that there's a variety of impact across that area. And out of 30 odd properties being included in the assessment, we've come down to probably between 6 and 11 having a significant visual impact before we go to the point of saying, well, is there a point where we've changed the landscape character?
Well, I think we can disagree with that. That's all I want to ask about landscape character. What I want to move on now is to the differences between you and Mr. Steele on the not the significance of impact, but the description of impact from viewpoint.
Mr. Finlay, I was wondering, it's 3:20. I was wondering whether or not we should take, if you're changing tack on your questions there, whether it's merited a 10-minute break and we start again at 3:30. Let the witness get a break for 10 minutes.
Fair enough. That's useful time.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Right, that's everybody back in place. Are you ready to continue, Mr. Finlay?
Yes, thank you very much. Ms. Riley, just to pick up on one of your last answers to me, which was suggesting that in respect of the landscape character area, I was asking you about viewpoint 1, Saturn Road, and there was limited other visibility. If you go to CD 1.4.1, figure 7.2b, so see figure, sorry, CD 1.4.1, which is the EIAR fluid document. Figure 7.2b.
7.2b. Yes, I've got that.
We can see viewpoint 1 sits within a small finger, I think, as I described it, of what's described here as agricultural heartlands, ABS2.
Yes.
And one can see that the blade tip ZTV, indeed the hub height ZTV, covers a significant proportion of that area. It's not just restricted to the road, is it?
You're looking at the blade tip ZTV, yes.
Well, it gives both, because it gives a gradation in colouring. The hub height ZTV is the darker orange. The blade tip ZTV of itself is the lighter colouring.
Yes, correct.
And I think it's the hub height ZTV covers most of that small finger of that landscape character area, does it not?
Yes, it does. But ZTV is just an indication of where there is a theoretical view of the wind farm, and in this case, a view of a hub. Just be one hub that's visible.
Well,
and we're not taking account of tree cover here. It explains that in the drawing. And it's not a map of landscape character set starting point.
of course it's not. I mean, I'm suggesting to you that, and that the reporter can, no doubt, if she wishes to, go on a further site visit, but that your description of the visibility being limited to, in that landscape character area, to from the road, which is what you suggested before we break, is simply wrong.
I'm looking at that level of magnitude from that, as represented by that particular viewpoint, is from a limited section of that road. If you travel the road further west, you can see it's entirely out with the ZTV almost as far as Bridgend.
I wasn't asking about views from a road. I was asking you about views about the impact on the landscape character. And your answer to me before we broke was to suggest that you only get the visual impact from that viewpoint on to a limited extent from the road. I'm just suggesting you that's not correct.
This led you there, but that's what I'm talking about is that viewpoint that we're looking at is limited to that area of the road. And as you can see, if you go further east along that road, you quickly lose the visibility altogether. And if you go further east along that road, the closer you get towards West of Tillythrowie, the landform and the tree cover rises up and screens progressively more and more of the turbines.
But I'm not interested in the road, Ms. Ryler. I'm interested in the impact on the landscape character. But I think I've made my point. We can move on.
Yeah, we both agreed that The ZTV is not a map of impact on landscape character. It's a map of theoretical visibility.
Yes, Ms. Riley, I'm fully aware of that. The point I was putting to you was that before lunch, before we broke, you suggested there was only limited visibility in that landscape character area from the road, that it was limited to the road. That is simply not correct. That was your answer to me, and I was using the ZTV, which I'm well aware of its limitations, to suggest to you that your answer was simply incorrect and giving you the opportunity of reviewing your answer. Otherwise, I can comment it in my closing submission. There is extensive visibility in that landscape character area, or there would be, of Clashindarroch 2, were it to be built.
I did refer you to the wire lines that accompany the residential visual amenity assessment and from all of the properties there, and you can see that there is a variety in terms of the numbers of turbines that are visible or theoretically visible as one travels through that landscape.
That is a matter upon which we probably can agree. There will be a variety of visibility as you travel through the landscape, but it's not limited in the way you suggested shortly before we broke. I'm now going to move on to viewpoint analysis and tapping off.
We're ending with a sort of summary statement of what's been agreed. If you want to put a point to Ms. Ryler to say, am I right, am I wrong? Is this what you're saying? Do it to finish off rather than leaving with a summary statement, which frankly is not what you said. So perhaps put the point one more time to Ms. Ryler so we have it clear.
Ms. Ryler, insofar as you suggested before we broke that visual impact in that area is limited to sections of the road, that would be incorrect, wouldn't it?
Well, visual impact from where people can get to it from the road and from the residential properties, and then from the fields, there's more limited access, obviously, up onto the fields. But you can see coverage of the ZTV, and we've agreed that that ZTV, well, you can see it on the plan.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. No doubt that helped us all. Could we move now to tapping off, please? For these purposes, I'd like you to have to hand CD 1.4.2, because I'm going to use the EIAR where the wire lines don't have the Clashindarroch extension on them, which I'm confused.
Are we looking at the viewpoints, the montages and wire line?
I'm looking at viewpoints using a number of aids, and I'm looking at CD 1.4.1, and we can start at 7.25a.
One moment.
And if we at the same time have to.
One moment, I'm just still getting to that.
And your report.
I'm looking at the photographs and the wire lines for the tap of North. And you also wanted my inquiry report?
Yeah, and section 5, which is on page 27.
I've got a paper copy. Can you see the actual copy of?
Well, it's got pagination on the paper copy too. It's page 27. It's section 5.2. Pagination in my copy is top left-hand corner.
Yes, I've got that on page 24, but I'm looking at a paper copy rather than electronic. Sorry.
You've got the right document. I'm looking at a document which has 5.2 on page 27.
Is that my inquiry report or the SI?
The inquiry report. I'll just check on the electronic version that we're looking at the same document. Electronic page 27 has 5.2 viewpoint 4 Tapper North, which is also internal pagination page 27. I'm now looking at the electronic version. You have the electronic version to hand, this one.
Looking.
If you go to electronic page 27,
Vision effects experienced by hill walkers, yes.
it is on internal page 27 as well.
It is. I don't know why my copy. Oh, do you know? I think we did another copy to make sure that the electronic page numbers were the same as the paper page numbers, and I've actually got the one that was done before that.
Okay.
Text is correct. It's different,
Okay.
same page numbers.
Just didn't want to disadvantage you by having a different document than everyone else is working from. We're on the same one. Anyway, I want to go to the bottom of the page, viewpoint 4 Tapper North.
Yes.
Now, that's where we are. I want you to look at figure 7.2.5a and the photograph.
Yes.
The turbines are orientated effectively facing the viewer in that photograph, aren't they?
I think they're skewed round a little bit.
A little bit. But what you've done in the photo montages, as you tell us in 5.2.1, is to skew them around a lot more.
No, I looked at this photograph in the EIA report and I thought it was rather dark. And so I decided to re-photograph it when I was on my site visit. And I updated the photo montage, and obviously on my site visit that particular day, it just so happened that the existing Clashindarroch 1 turbines were orientated to face the prevailing wind. So I thought, well, we're doing this as an additional visualization to the one that we've already got in the EIA report. Let's at least have one image that shows all the wind farms, all the wind turbines rather, facing the same direction as they would appear in reality. And so read these two visualizations together, then you've got the full story there. But I find it a little bit disconcerting to look at a photo montage that's been positioned on top of a photograph, a baseline photograph that has existing turbines that are facing a different direction. And then the montage turbines are facing the viewer. It doesn't look quite right. And so to try and create a more realistic effect, I've matched in. It just so happens that on this particular viewpoint, on that particular day, the wind was orientated, the turbines were facing the prevailing wind, and they were sort of sideways on in that particular view.
Well,
I'm not saying that you should stop looking at the EIA report photo montages. You have to look at the two together.
That's not what you said 5.2.1 of your report. What you say there is that both of the photo montages presented illustrate a more realistic image. You don't say you've got to look at both of them. You say that's more realistic. And you set out on the next page that you take a revised visual assessment, having regard to that, what you say more realistic image. And that's the same wording that you use in the SI Appendix 7.2, looking at this viewpoint. You say that it's a more realistic image.
Well, at the beginning of that paragraph, I say that views from the Taphope North are illustrated in viewpoint 4, and then I give the reference to the SI figures, which provide a further view of the proposed development in addition to the EIA figures, and then I provide the references for those. So my intention really was to look at both of these and to look at all of the images before me, and that's what I've done in coming to my assessment.
So insofar as I might read 5.2.1 as preferring the latter to the former, that would be wrong.
Well, for me personally, I like to see all the turbines facing the viewer and all facing consistently. But here we have an example where they're sideways on, and it's just a matter of which way the wind was blowing when the photograph was taken. We also have the wire lines that show all the turbines facing the viewer, and we also have the EIA viewpoint, which shows the turbines facing in different directions.
And when carrying out an assessment for EIA purposes, at least, you should take the worst case basis, which should be the turbines facing the viewer, wouldn't it?
Yes, and that's why we have the wire lines, because in the wire lines we're able to control not just the proposed development, but all of the turbines cumulatively as well.
But in the photo montage that you produced in the SI, just check that I'm writing this. So that's figure 7.8D and 7.8E. The turbines blades or they're at right angles to the viewer, whereas in the photo montage in 7.25F, they're facing the viewer.
Yes.
I would suggest that instead of if you're seeking to assess the worst case basis, it's 7.25F that you should place much greater weight on.
Well, I think you have to look at all of the information that's in front of you, including the wire lines, which also create the worst case basis because they've got clash 1 and clash 2 facing the viewer.
I hear your answer to that. Can we move on in your report and still keeping figure 7.25 open, and the wire lines may be the most helpful. If you go to 5.2.9, so the visual composition is relatively simple with no turbine stacking, excessive gaps or outlying turbines. But there's certainly overlapping, if not stacking there, is there not?
Yes, agreed. It's turbine overlapping, but I make the distinction with turbine stacking being, literally the towers are almost on top of each other.
I thought you were making a completely different point to me beforehand, but you will accept that there's significant overlapping in this from this viewpoint, isn't there?
Yes, we agree that there is turbine overlapping.
And in terms of no excessive gaps, the gaps between Clashindarroch 1 and Clashindarroch 2 are broadly similar to the gaps between the 3 elements of Clashindarroch 2 that make up the 14 turbines.
Yes.
So that in terms of the left-hand group on Clashindarroch 2, it reads as close to Clashindarroch 1 as the right-hand group on Clashindarroch 2 reads to the central group.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And then you suggest also in 5.2.9 that it might be better to have a look at the photo montages, all the wire lines, that the taken together the existing Dornell and Clashindarroch ones visually overlap and coalesce. They visually overlap, but I suggest to you that they don't coalesce, in that the viewer from Taphope North would readily appreciate that Dornell is some significant distance further away.
Yes, I accept that. Yes.
Okay. And 5.2.10, you say the proposed turbines are larger than existing turbines. There is a visual logic to the larger turbines appearing closer to the viewer. I can understand the point you're making there, but you're so sufficiently close. You're only 5 kilometres away and looking down on it at that stage. The scale disparity is such that I suggest to you the visual logic is in fact not a visual logic at all. There'd be a clear and significant perception of scale difference.
Yes, but I still see that you could make the judgment that one appears closer in the view, and the others extending into the distance.
If you accepted a clear scale difference, because if you go over the page, in your written text, you say that despite the size difference, it is not obvious if the proposed turbines are larger. I mean, that's just simply not correct from viewpoint 4.
Well, when I look at these, I can see turbines that appear closer to the viewer and turbines that appear further away. And that's what I'm looking at there.
Well, see, one answer you said, yes, they do appear significantly larger. Now you're suggesting they don't. Their size difference is not obvious.
I think there is a difference in size, yes, but I think there's a difference in perception of scale and distance. And I don't see that, we've got such a huge difference in scale that it's in some way harmful or unacceptable. And we looked earlier at the photograph in the Nature Scott guidance, which showed extensions and looked at turbine scales and sizes on that particular page. And there I pointed out to several of the turbines which were in the foreground of that view were head and shoulders above the ones that were existing in the background, and Nature Scott was saying that they judged that as an acceptable scale.
Sure, necessarily they did, but I'm asking about these turbines in your use of the words top of page 30, that the size difference is not obvious. I think your case has now changed from the size difference. Yes, it's obvious, but it's not so significant, it's damaging. Would that be fair?
Yes, that would be fair.
And then at 5.2.11, you say the overall visitor experience, reading short in the first sentence, would be undiminished by the proposed development. I suggest to you that that is taking Nelsonian blindness to extreme. I accept you don't see it in every direction, of course you don't, and there are other wind farms in the view. But 180-metre turbines, what are we, less than 5 kilometres away, I suggest you will diminish the experience panoramic views.
Well, if I can answer that, and I want to read out paragraph 5 to 11, and I also want to look at figure 7.25a, A to D. And if you look at those particular, this is the 360-degree viewpoints from the summit, and you start off with 7.75a, looking towards the wind farm. You're looking out across the Clashindarroch forest. You can see the Dornell wind farm and the existing Clashindarroch wind farm, and you can also see the Ben Rins mountain in the background. And then you turn over the page, and you've got the successive views round the 360 degrees. You can see the hill fort in the foreground of the next viewpoint. You see the 3 turbines at the Cairnmore turbines, and so on as you pass 360 degrees of quite attractive scenery and viewpoints. And what I said here, when we're looking at the overall visitor experience and visual amenity of hill walking on the Tap of Knob, including the experience of the panoramic views, that's 360 degrees of visibility, and the additional hill thought interest. And all of that coming together with the walk up to the summit path and the core path access route, all of that together, my judgment is that you're not going to end up with a significantly, the hill thought interest would be, apologies, all of that amenity and visual visitor experience would be undiminished because as a result of this development, because there is so much there to take in, and 360-degree views, plus a fantastic landscape, hill thought interest. I still see that this is, a wonderful place to visit with or without Clashindarroch 1, Clashindarroch 2.
Well, Ms. Ryan, you've expressed your view. It's very helpful. We can use that as a litmus test as to how much weight to put on your judgment. I want to move now on to viewpoint 5, the buck, and staying in, which is figure 7.26. And I want to go to your, at the same time, have a look at your report. I've only got, I think, 2 questions or 2 paragraphs. 5.3.1, you make the same point about more realistic image. I don't want to repeat the discussion we had on 5.2.1, but it's the same point and your answers would be the same, presumably.
Yes.
And then if we go on to 5.3.6, I'm not putting every point of difference to you here, but have to hand the whilst I ask this question, figure 7.26E and figure 7.26F. And ask you about size of turbines. If you look in the middle of your paragraph 5.3.6, there's some wording in italics where you quote from Nature Scott, and then below that there's quite a lengthy sentence which begins, the council also considers the scale differences noticeable. And then you say in the revised photo montage with all the turbines facing in the same direction, and we know now that that's only one aspect to take into account, the difference in turbine size is not immediately obvious. But you accept in the, approach that in a number of terms. With the turbines facing the same direction, the difference in size is immediately obvious, is it not?
Well, I did it the other way in my response. I think that where you've got this sort of unrealistic situation.
Question. Is the difference in size immediately obvious when the turbines are facing you?
Well, no, I'm going to answer my own answer if you don't mind.
No, don't answer your own question. Would you answer my question, which was, is the difference in size immediately obvious when the turbines are facing you?
Let her answer the question in her own way. If she answers it, that's fine. If she doesn't, you can come back. Give her a chance, please.
When we look at figure 7.26F, we have quite a noticeable difference between turbines facing one direction and turbines facing another direction. And in my opinion, that exacerbates and frustrates an assessment of that particular viewpoint, because it exacerbates the difference between the two groups of turbines, Clashindarroch 1 and Clashindarroch 2. When we look at a wireframe and we see all of the turbines facing towards the viewer, worst case scenario, then we're able to then judge for ourselves, setting aside that the Clashindarroch 2 turbines are in blue and the Clashindarroch 1 turbines are shown in black, that the difference in size is noticeable, but not as noticeable. The difference between the two schemes is not as noticeable. And then when we turn over the page and we look at the photo montage that I've got in the SI on figure 7.9b, we looked at that again this morning. We ascertained that there was a difference in size that was noticeable, but the number one thing that you notice there, the thing that you notice first, is the unification of the two schemes, that they appear as one wind farm in that landscape.
Well, I suggest to you that the difference in turbine size if they were facing you would be immediately obvious. And indeed, in your figure 7.9D from the SI, again, the difference in turbine size is immediately obvious. And again, that can be used as a litmus test for your judgment.
I think we agree it's noticeable. I think you think it's rather more than noticeable.
Well, yes, and that's where we disagree. And can we go to then Clashmack Hill, which is viewpoint 6, and that is figure 727. Now. It's figure 7.10 in the SI.
Yes.
5.4.1, we have of your report now, we have the same point about whether you should simply be looking at it from as the photo montage is presented in the SI suggests. Whereas I think that's the same point that we've had on the previous first paragraphs on the other two viewpoints. Is that correct? It's just another aspect to take into account, even though the language may suggest otherwise. If you go slightly further here, I don't think the language you've used before. 5.4.1, you say picking up at the last sentence on my page 31, where the paragraph starts, the turbines illustrating the wire lines in the EIA figures are orientated to face the viewer. In this case, the prevailing wind west to southwest and such provide a worst case. The 90-degree photo montage is, just make sure I've read that properly. The wire lines in the EIA figures you're referring to there, are they in the SI or the original EIA?
No, they're the EIAR figures.
No, well then I understand that. They need to ask you further about that. We've to some extent covered this viewpoint before, but if we go to 5.4.6, halfway down the paragraph, there's a sentence beginning towards the end of the line. Whilst it is accepted that the turbine overlap causes some cluttering, there is a sense of intervening separation. Do you have that?
Yes.
Well, from this viewpoint, whatever way you look at it, there's more than just some cluttering. There's clear stacking, as you were using that word before, and overlapping, both internally within Clashindarroch 2 and taking into account Clashindarroch 1?
Yes, but I do clarify that there is some mitigation in terms of the intervening distance between the two schemes.
And do you know what the closest distance we know to Clashindarroch 2 is 7.2 kilometres? Do you know what the furthest away distance to Clashindarroch 2 would be?
Probably in the order of a further 2 to 3 kilometres.
And then to the first turbine in Clashindarroch 1?
Oh, sorry, I thought that's what you meant.
The furthest turbine, the closest turbine we know is 7.2 kilometres.
And that's Clashindarroch.
Furthest turbine in Clashindarroch 2.
Is probably, yes, we could see on, I'm looking at figure 7.3, it could be any figure that's got a map of the turbines, but it looks to me like 0.5 kilometres across the wind farm from that direction, sorry.
Right. And so how much further on would the first turbine be from Clashindarroch 1?
So you're asking me the distance between Clashindarroch 1 and Clashindarroch 2?
Yeah.
And that looks to be about 600 metres, something like that.
Well, again, I suggest you it'd be very clear that it would appear as an extension, and that the disparity in size would be obvious.
Well, I think when you look at the SI figure 7.10D, which is the photo montage that I have done, this was taken from the afternoon. So we've got an afternoon sun, and we've got, you can really sort of see a sense of depth of field or distance between the foreground turbines, which are Clashindarroch 2, and the more distant turbines, which are Clashindarroch 1. And I look at that and see two separate schemes. Now, I appreciate when you look at photo montage in the EIR, which was a morning viewpoint, and I make the point in my evidence that I think most people, when they're going up for a walk to this hill, will be going for a lunchtime or an afternoon, and less so for a morning view. But you've got a more sort of sharper distance, but you can still see a depth of field between the two schemes there.
Well, I suggest to you that your photograph, now you've mentioned it, is taken against a light sky, which has a clear effect of diminishing the impact of turbines. And that your supposition that most people will go up in the afternoon is clasping at straws. This is meant to be an exercise done on, at least if not a worst case basis, a realistic basis. And what the photograph that you've taken there is showing the wind farm in its best light as far as you're concerned, because it is more difficult to pick out turbines against the evening sun. And in this photograph, I mean, maybe you went up in the afternoon after lunch, but the photograph in the EIAR is much more reasonable basis upon which to judge the impact, is it not?
I think you have to look at both, and I think you have to consider lighting differences with photo montages, and these two examples do show that there is a difference, and that's why we have the wireframes.
Well, we can agree to disagree about that. See whether I need to ask you any further questions. I've dealt with viewpoint 12, but I just want to check. Just one question on viewpoint 12 in terms of visual impact.
Do we need to look at some photo measures again?
I think I've done viewpoint 12 by reference to the design drawing, so I don't need to go back to that. The last major topic I need to deal with is residential properties, which will take about 20 minutes, I would hope. And given we had a later start this morning, I don't know whether you're prepared to sit until nearer 5, but that would enable me to finish my cross-examination of Ms. Rylott today. I'm in your hands and hers and Mr. Trinick's.
It would make sense to try and finish one set of questions, and then we would start with Ms. Rutter tomorrow morning. Would that be acceptable to everybody if we just keep going and finish at the end of Finley's questions? Thank you.
So there are two issues, or two matters relating to residential properties. The first relates to the properties in the vicinity of Tillerthrowy, and just so that can we, just to orientate ourselves, I think, go to CD 10.5. Sorry, page 3. Yes, sorry, that's the.
That's the comparative table.
Right, yeah. So we're looking at the first entry on the comparative table on page 3. And then the next document I want you to go to is your is the SI CD 1.21 at 7.5.4 and 5.
Sorry, I didn't get that last paragraph reference.
7.5.4 and 7.5.5.
Got you, thank you.
When you wrote these, had you carried out an inspection of the properties?
No, I had carried out a site visit and I got as close to the property as I could from the public road or the nearest footpath. I didn't go into the properties or into anyone's gardens.
And as far as I read these, it doesn't suggest a change from the assessment in the EIAR, does it?
Well, I think they there is a slight change in that we make a distinction between summer and winter and the extent of screening that's taken account of in the EIAR assessment. And I believe that, if I just read this through, there were 31 residential properties.
Yeah.
And I came to the conclusion that between 11 and 6 of them would have a significant view of the wind farm. And
you don't tell us that in these paragraphs, do you? That's what I think you tell us in your query.
These were assessed as potentially significantly affected.
Yeah. Well, my sole question to you at the moment is not what your current evidence is, but what your evidence was at this stage. It doesn't seem to me, reading these paragraphs correctly, that you're taking issue with the assessment in the EIAR. It is different when we get on to the next group of properties, those southeast of Rhynie, where you do make a difference, take a different view.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you hadn't taken a different view at this stage?
I suspected that there was some over-assessment, but at that stage I hadn't set out a detailed tabulated property by property assessment.
And if you then go to your report, that's CD 11.1. In 6.2.3, sorry, 6.2.4, you start to take a different approach.
Yes, I'm looking more closely here at the properties, the 11 properties that were identified as significantly affected. And then I go on to discuss the views from at least 5 of these, said there.
Yes. And at the end of 6.2.4, you say the views from the main living areas of these properties would not be significant. Now,
Yeah.
when you're doing assessing the visual impact, I'd suggest you shouldn't just restrict yourself to the main living areas.
Yes, that when I say main living areas, I automatically mean the garden areas as well.
Well, that is somewhat breathtaking statement, because that is certainly not how I read that. It's the main living areas of the properties would not be significant, having regard to the matters you set out there, which would be their orientation and their screening my vegetation.
Yes, and I think, when you stand in the main living area of a garden, the patio and the main area of the garden, you can appreciate that perimeter garden vegetation will provide screening, as will outbuildings and farm buildings, etc.
Have you been to all these properties now?
As I explained just now, I've been as close as I can to them.
Right.
I've had access to aerial photography, and I do say in the SI that the assessment was conducted from publicly accessible locations on site, and as such, it represents a best estimate, erring on the side of caution.
So, Ms. Riley, you've got no closer than you did when you'd done the SI.
That's correct.
So you've changed your view, even though you've got no closer. It's the same information. You've come to a different, more restricted view, even though you've got no closer.
Well, I think when I wrote the SI, I was looking more on residential visual amenity, and that was the focus of the assessment. That's what it's titled. In the title, subtitle, it says residential and visual amenity, Tillerthrowie. That was the focus of that assessment. When I came to write my inquiry report, I looked further and in more detail at significant visual impact from particular residential properties. And I have to say, this is a first for me to be looking at significant visual impact from individual residential properties at this sort of distance from a wind farm.
It may be a first for you, but it's something that the original EIAR thought it was worth reporting. It's an issue that you raised. The original EIAR did do a property by property assessment, did it not? If you go to, I think it's my apologies, 1.5.2, CD 1.5.2, technical appendix.
Sorry, if I can just amend my last answer. I had in my mind about the properties between 10 and 13 kilometres distance away to the southeast of Rhynie. And we're not talking about those at all. We're talking about the properties at Tillerthrowie. And I'm sorry, I'll restrict myself to Tillerthrowie because that's what you're asking me about. And apologies.
Yeah. No, I've right. Just give me a moment. I've got a hard copy of GA's Appendix 7.3. Let me just see if I. Yeah, so it's electronically. It's Appendix 7.3 of TA of CD 1.5.2, Part 13.
What is that?
It's part of the residential visual amenity assessment. And what I want to get to are the summary tables at the end.
Yeah.
I think it's Annex 1 to it. And if we look at, so in the electronic copy, the first passage I want to look is on page 6 of 16. That makes sense to everyone.
You need to give Miss Rylet a bit longer. She's
I'll wait. She's gone for a copy, which is actually easier to work off.
yeah, no, that's fine.
Look for little appendix 7.3.
Yeah, it's right at the end of that. If you go right to the end, because it gives you all the wirelines and whatever, first of all.
Okay.
So if you go to the second page of it, it should have property group G2, which should be, ma'am, your electronic page 6 of 16.
Yes.
We can see if you read right across to overview, see when they reached their view of significant effect here, they were aware that there would be no direct views.
Yes.
So for you now to point out in your report that there'd be no direct views is not a change of position. That was known by the original assessor.
Yes.
Indeed, their assessment would appear under overview appear to be entirely accurate, would it not?
Well, I don't feel that this tallies with a major, moderate, and significant effect, particularly because they refer to no direct views. They refer to due to buildings and adjacent farm buildings obstructing the view, potential visibility of 2 hubs and blades. And they go on within the farmhouse garden, farmyard area in front of the cottage, existing forestry, partly obscuring the proposed development. And I standing at that viewpoint, having a look at that with the wireline and seeing the orientation of the properties and where the windows were and the gardens were as best I could from the road, I really felt that this was slightly overassessed. And I've made my alternative assessment in my evidence in my inquiry report.
Well, see, what I suggest to you, at least as I understood it originally, you'd assessed it from the main living areas, not taking a holistic assessment of the drive to and the garden areas around the premises.
Well, I do take account of those, but I don't think they feature as the main living areas.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But if you go to G4, for instance, which is another group where you take issue, with, which is on the next page. And go to the overview column, they make it clear that their concern here is views from the curtilage of the Bagherdi house and Miller Bagherdi. So they accept there would be some screening. again, I'd suggest to you is that they've taken a more holistic view than you as to what one should be assessing.
Oh, I think when they're taking a view, somebody's saying something. Carry on.
Right, yeah. And then if you go to look at P5, which
Sorry,
is
I didn't get to answer there. I was getting feedback. You probably couldn't hear it. It was like somebody else was talking, and
Yeah, it was their noise was intruding. Yes, could you go back? You were going to comment on Bogarty House outcome.
yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I think if they're taking account of a view from the edge of the garden or from the driveway, they're taking a more extreme view of where you might see turbines that would be a significant effect. But I'm looking at the view from the main living areas of the house and the garden as best as I can estimate it from the road, and taking account of all these factors providing screening, I don't come to the conclusion that there would be a significant effect there, particularly during the summer months when you've got vegetation in leaf.
How do you distinguish between the main living areas of the garden and other areas of the garden?
Well, I think when you look at a property, you can see where the patio doors are, you can see where the terrace is, you can see where people's main lawn area is, you can see just from the layout where people are going to be using that space. And you can take a different approach to the perimeter vegetation screening that goes around the edges and the driveway and areas that are less well used in the garden.
And I'd also say if you look at try to take these 2 points again, if you look at P5 and P7, which are also the matters in respect to, I think those are the 2 other matters in respect to which you disagree. The overview is clear as what can be seen and not seen, but they again pay much greater attention to impact on garden areas than you do.
Well, I think what we've got here is a full assessment that they've provided in more detail, certainly than what I have provided. But again, I would give you the same answer.
But you haven't provided a detailed assessment at all of these properties, have you?
No, I've provided the assessment you see before you in my inquiry report.
Okay. Thank you. We then turn to the properties southeast of Briney. And for if you go to CD 1.22, so that's the SI figures.
Which figure?
Hang on, give me a second. It's figure 7.6A, so it's.
Yes, I've got it here.
Hang on, well, you're quicker than I am. So it's volume 1.22.2 and figure 7.6. That hopefully provides a layout of the, well, it does, it provides an identification of where the dwellings of interest are. And I want to ask you particularly about Mar Lodge, which is number 16 on that, which lies in almost direct line between viewpoint 12 and the wind farm.
What do you mean when it says lies in a direct line?
Well, you can, although the wind farm isn't shown on that, one can see where the circles showing the distance from the wind farm are. one can see where viewpoint 12 is, and one can see where viewpoint 16 is. Now, I suggest to you that logic would dictate that they are, if you were to draw a line from viewpoint 12 towards the center point of those circles, you would come very close to viewpoint 16.
See what you mean?
Did you go to viewpoint 16?
No, I didn't.
It is possible to get there, isn't it?
I think you have to get access from a private drive, but you probably walk along.
I think there is a this is in one of the there is a wire line from the site visit wire lines, which I think is BD 520. Yeah. So if you go to CD 520 and it's the last page, it's page 6, you've got a wire line from Mar Lodge.
Yes.
Now, if you were to take out the Clashindarroch extension turbines and the Craig Watch turbines and the Glendale turbines, so that's anything coloured light blue.
Yes.
I suggest to you that what you see from that in that wire line is broadly similar to the wire line you see that we have been looking at already from viewpoint 12.
Yes.
And if one is, thank you, if one is significant, why is this not significant?
So the viewpoint 12 is higher up the hill, so it's more elevated, and you're looking further sort of down onto the turbines. You can see their full height, you can see into the wind farm. Whereas from here, you're looking more or less across the landscape towards the turbines. And that gives you a different perspective on the composition of the turbines. And I also noted when I undertook the assessment for viewpoint 12 that I would judge the magnitude there to be slight, meaning that it equivalent to low magnitude, and that it takes up just under 5 degrees of the horizontal field of view or thereabouts, and that with the viewpoint at viewpoint 12, I had raised that level higher because of its location next to the Tap North being viewed from that particular viewpoint, that public viewpoint. Now, from this particular viewpoint, it's a private view from residential property. I think that the turbines are slightly less prominent than they are from the SUI viewpoint, and therefore I'm assessing the magnitude of effect on there as low. With a high sensitive receptor, I come to a moderate conclusion and on terms of the level of effect, and I take the view that from this particular location, it is not significant. I do accept that this is an estimate because I have not been there and I have the wireframe, and that's as much as I have on it.
Well, in terms of magnitude of impact from viewpoint 12, it was originally assessed in the EIAR as substantial, and you downgraded that to moderate. And one can see that from table CD 10.5.
Yes, I think I certainly did.
Simple point, I don't want to, we're getting late on in the afternoon, is that if you look at figure 6 in 5.20, and you would compare it with a wire line of figure 7.33C, I'm not asking you to do that now, so you have it in your mind's eye. 7.3C.
So what's 7.3C again?
Is the wire line from viewpoint 12. Whilst you are slightly higher at viewpoint 12, the difference in impact that you've just described is not apparent from the wire lines, nor is it apparent on site.
I think slight difference there, and also I'm giving extra due regard to one being a public viewpoint and the other one being a property, a private view from a house.
I'd suggest to you that we can take Mar Lodge as a test for your approach, but in terms of the other properties, you said out 6.3.1 of your report, Mr. Steele's assessment in figure 7 in paragraph 7.1.10 of his precognition is correct. I.e., they're all significant, or may be significant. You can't put it in a compendious way, but I'd suggest it. My understanding is that you disagree about Mar Lodge.
So what was the reference in Mr. Steele's
7.1.10.
.1.10?
Yes, he sets out his assessment of the properties that you have dealt with in your report at 6.3.1, where you said that they wouldn't be significant, and he's come to a different view.
Sorry, I'm getting at 7.1.10. I'm getting tables to cumulative visual impacts from viewpoints. Oh,
Good. Sorry, it's late in the afternoon.
sorry.
Please, you may not have to find. All I'm suggesting to you is that if you're wrong about Mar Lodge, he may well be right about the others, and vice versa. That's all I wanted to suggest.
Yes,
great, thank you. Just two short points to deal with. CD 11.10 is the bend in the road at Wiedemont. And I think, just to give the reporter some references, I think Mr. Steele in 7.1.12 of his report suggested it was significant. You suggest in the SI it's not significant. At 7.5.13. If we look at the wire line, we're at
yes, have it. It's CD
7.10.
10. I've got 11.10.
11.10, yeah. We're at a distance of some 6.3 kilometres.
Yes.
And if you take out the Clashindarroch extension, if you remove them from your mind's eye and just concentrate on Clashindarroch 1 and Clashindarroch 2 as proposed, suggest to you that what you see in terms of Clashindarroch 2, you'll see a number of turbines with hubs, some stacked if not overlapped. You'll see a number of blades flicking the skyline. They'll all sit on the skyline, and that would be a significant impact.
Well, I think what we're seeing here is the effect of the landform, the sort of semicircular bowl that I referred to earlier, because you can see that the turbines at Clashindarroch 2 are disappearing beyond the landform. There's a degree of landform screening there. We've also got a greater distance between the Clashindarroch 2 turbines and the Tapper Knot. And this happens as you go round the clock, that, you know, inevitably the perception of distance between the two increases as you come further to the south. And the third point I would say is you've got a sensitivity issue here in terms of the view from the road is assessed as medium as opposed to high. And therefore, I've come to a view that this viewpoint is not significant. There are other factors that we could take account of that, one is travelling whilst one is on this road, and that having driven that road, as one travels along it, there are views, open views, but there are also intervening trees and vegetation that come up. And so there's a limited extent of view whilst you're travelling along that road. Also negotiating Ben's road.
Very well. We can agree to disagree about that. The last question I wanted to ask you about was the micrositing condition. Can we go back to CD 1.4.1, please, and have regard to layout D, which I think we're coming to the conclusion is probably the layout we have to be considering.
Which figure do you want to look at?
Well, first of all, figure 2.3.
Okay.
I don't think there's a larger scale plan. Yes.
That will do, will it? That one?
That one, and then we're going to a further figure in the document in a moment, but I think that's the largest scale plan showing the location of the figures and the contours.
Yeah.
And if you're aware of it. So if what's your estimate of how, if figure turbine 1 moved 50 meters uphill, not in an uphill direction, but 50 meters horizontally, how many contours would it go through?
So if it moved 50 meters.
Yeah, that's the microsloting condition.
If we try and move it uphill, it could go, I think probably it would cross at least one contour. And certainly when I looked at this, I was looking at figure 7.3 from the SI, and I can zoom into it. And it might be interesting to note that the circle that indicates the proposed turbine locations is roughly 50 meters radius or thereabouts. And so it gives you an indication of the sort of movement that we're talking about.
Right, I'm very happy to go, just keep that open, but we'll go to figure 7.3, you say, of the SI, which is CD 1.22.
Just bear with me where I catch up.
Sure, that's the one you wanted.
Sorry, which figure number did you want me to look at?
Well, it was the one you referred to. You referred to figure 7.3 of the SI.
Yes, it's just I have that one in front of me.
But you're making the point that the dot on layout D is in 50 meters itself. I don't know quite where you get that from.
So I'm now looking at figure 11.7A.
Of which document?
No, this is CD 11.7A. It's a sort of standalone.
Right here. Hang on. Let's wait till we all get there. Yeah.
So if you zoom into that,
Yes.
that figure a little bit, and you look at turbine 1, for example, and you see that there's the indicator for the turbine itself is a circle with a blue circle with a cross through it. So the diameter of that circle is roughly 100 meters across. If you see that the grid lines are kilometer.
Okay.
So if you take that and you can see where the contours are on this OS map, and if you were to move that turbine 50 meters up the hill, I would say you would cross at least one of those contours. So that indicates to me that you would go uphill roughly 10 meters or thereabouts.
Yeah.
It might be a little bit more, it might be a little bit less, but that's the best I can do on this scale of map.
Right, you. And just whilst we're on that drawing, because we're going to move away from it, we can see that turbine 12 is very close to where there was a proposed turbine for Clashindarroch. I think that's the original Clashindarroch, isn't it? And indeed Clashindarroch 1 that was removed. And then turbines 3 and 8 had corresponding turbines slightly to their further to the west, both of them. Slightly higher up the hill, we can see that. Okay, can we come back to figure 2.3, please?
Yes.
Figures 1 and 8 are on the steepest slopes, but if you look at figure 3, turbine 3, for instance, is layout D.
Yeah.
And then you turn on in that. Turn on to consider viewpoint 3, which we haven't considered before. It starts at 2.4G. So figure 2.4G.
And viewpoint 3.
Yep. So that is sitting in the Devon Valley. And we can see that initially figure turbines 5 and 11 were slightly visible from viewpoint 3 at 2.4G. Yeah.
Hang on. We're looking at viewpoint 3, glass, figure 7.2.
No, you go 2.4G in the EIAR. So
yes.
in CD 1.4.1.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah.
Right. Let me have. Sorry, I'm going to write what you said down. So you give me the reference, please, and I'll go find it.
It's the same volume as the page with the 4 layouts on it.
Yeah, I've got an extract of that even.
Okay, it's 1.4.1, CD 1.4.1. And
CD
it's
1.4.1.
And I want you to have figures 2.4G to I.
Oh, those are the comparative wire lines.
Yeah, we looked at them almost first thing today.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yes. You would be able to deal with it on screen. It doesn't require a great degree of detail on the particular drawing. It's a fairly obvious point. So CD 1.4.1 and figure 2.4G.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Just finding the right page. Yeah, I've got it. Yeah.
We can see that originally it was turbines 5 and 11 that might have been causing an issue.
Yes.
And they in fact sit furthest, turbine 5 almost as the furthest away turbine from viewpoint 3. But there was then actually the turbines changed in number, so forget that comment. Turbine 5 is what is now turbine 3. But if you then go on to 2.4H, there are no blade tips showing.
Yes, I see that.
If you then go on to turbine 2.4i, turbine 3 is in fact showing a small blade tip.
Yes, I see that.
Now, no doubt you will point out to me, so I shall accept in advance. These are bare screen. One don't take into account the impact of forestry. But have you assessed what would happen if turbine 3, which is currently visible, if it went up 5 or 10 meters, it would be more visible than is shown on that figure, wouldn't it?
Well, first of all, that wireframe shows what it shows. If you look at viewpoint 3 in the EIR viewpoint figures,
Yeah.
figure 7.24a,
Yeah.
and you scan the horizon there, the higher line shows you roughly where Clashindarroch 2 would be, and you can see there's nothing visible there. So I think we're really talking about the tiniest bit of visibility, if it exists at all, between what the computer can actually pick up on the wireline.
I'm not concerned about the current impact of viewpoint 3.
And I realise what you're saying is we're looking at if turbine 3 was increased uphill by a maximum of 10 meters, then yes, I can imagine that it would become slightly more visible on there, but it would still not be a significant effect. And also, if you were to scan along that horizon further towards the south, looking down the valley, you would see 2 to 3 hubs from the Clashindarroch 2 wind farm. So if you go to viewpoint 3 over the page, you can see that quite clearly.
Right, you. But, you haven't actually assessed what the position would be, nor is there any assessment in the EIAR as to the impact if turbines 1, 8, 3 or 12 were increased in height by 10 or 20 meters, have you?
No, I haven't got any information written down in my environmental inquiry report except that.
You don't have any wire lines showing that, do you?
No.
So wouldn't it be
If I could just intervene a moment. These requests from the council to restrict micrositing came through last Thursday, well after the evidence was submitted. We're responding to something which was received last Thursday.
Mr. Trinick can keep his submissions for later, but I understood your case to be. Hang on.
It's not a submission. It's simply you're saying you haven't produced any evidence. Well, I'm telling you why there's no evidence, because we didn't receive this information until last Thursday. I think it's a fair point to make. Carry on if you want.
Mr. Trinick is judge and jury in his own cause, as always. But the point is that you, as I understand the point in the response to the conditions, is that the EIAR has assessed micrositing up to 50 meters. So Mr. Trinick had waited, he understood the point of the question. There's no assessment of the impact of moving the sensitive turbines, such as 1, 8, 3 and 12, 50 meters, is there?
Well, not written down, but what I've had the opportunity to do is to look at the movement of turbines within that 50-meter micrositing for those viewpoints that were of concern. And the viewpoints that I looked at and the viewpoints that are illustrated in the SI are viewpoints 1, 4, 5, 6 and 12. And that's been the focus of micrositing to date.
You've looked at 1, 4, 5, 6 and 12, we can note that. But it's what one can assume from the EIAR. And all I'm suggesting to you is that the council's suggestion is that is not an absolute embargo on increasing the height of those turbines, but if you were of the specify turbines, but if you were to do so, you would need to produce, you need to get the council's agreement to do so. And if there was going to be no significant impact, that agreement would be forthcoming.
That sounds reasonable.
So let's just stop there, Ms. Ryan. Look, we're getting sting of the tail remarks from Mr. Finley when I respond. But I make the point again, we got this last Thursday, we responded in evidence. Are we to understand the council will produce any evidence supporting its request to restrict micrositing? All we have are the conditions. We have no wirelines from them or any information at all to justify this restriction on micrositing. And yet we have been criticised for not producing something since last Thursday. Perhaps we could hear if the council are going to produce any evidence and support them.
I'm certainly not going to answer my own friend's question, and he's not cross-examining. I've made my point clear that there's. I've asked about the depth of assessment in the EIAR as to micrositing. I've sought to demonstrate where there could be concern, and I'm not going to reiterate the question I put to Ms. Rylott before my own friend interrupted. It's a matter that I will take up with Mr. Hewitt in the conditions session. And those are all my questions.
Okay. Well, we're getting obviously very close to 5 o'clock. We've extended beyond our original estimate of 4 o'clock. Sorry about that. Apologies to Mr. Rylott. You took the heavy lifting there, I think, today. We'll start again tomorrow at 9:30, and we'll come back with potential questions from Ms. Rutter and possibly some questions from myself. And then there'll be an opportunity for Mr. Trinick to re-examine. Just to remind everybody, obviously, that technically Ms. Rylott is still in the witness chair, even though we're finishing up for the evening, and care should be taken not to try and influence or interfere with the evidence that she still may give. So we'll say goodbye for this evening, and we'll see you again tomorrow at 9:30. Remember, try and log it. Yes, sorry, Trinick.
I think we ought to be just, you might want some reassurance on programme, because we're still in the first witness on the second day. This session is set for 2 days. And I see Mr. Woodfield has been patiently sitting there all day, and he might be getting slightly worried. So if I could just reassure that in terms of my cross-examination of Mr. Steele, I certainly do not expect, this is not a criticism of Mr. Finley, he's finished cross-examination, but I don't expect to be more than 2 to 2.5 hours with Mr. Steele. So we can keep the timetable, and that allows, I think, Lynn Rutter to plenty of time to give her views as well.
Thank you. I promise not to be too long also.
Well, the main thing is obviously we've got an extra hour tomorrow because we will be starting at 9:30. So it gives us a bit more in the morning session to get through a bit more of the inquiry business. So we know where we're starting tomorrow morning, and Ms. Rutter will be prepared for that, and we'll go straight in as quickly as possible and move on through to the rest of the programme. So, good morning.
Thank you. Bye.